Hello, nawakaribisha hapa. Hii ni phase 2 ya presentation yetu ya kwanza. Sababu ya wale watu ambao hawakuweza kuungana na sisi wakati wa asubuhi, so tafadhali mnaweza ingia. Wale ambao mko pande ya Marekani, pahali ingine ambao mnafuatanga, na pia hata pande ya Europe, wale mnafuatanga kipindi yetu, hiki kipindi ni sababu yenyu, so karibuni sana. Tunataka kudiscuss ama wazo letu la saa hii, tunaulizana ya kwamba Kenya iko salama ama ishakwisha? Sababu inaonekana ni kama wale watu wote wana kisiasa ni kama sasa tumeanzia kukua na miungano tofauti tofauti ya kisiasa. Yes, Julia, karibu sana. In fact, hii show ni yako, na wengine wenyu ambao mkuweza kuungana na sisi wakati wa mchana, sababu unajua wakati wa mchana kuna mambo mingi sana imetendeka Kenya, na bila hata kucheza video ama kusema kitu chochote, najua mnajua kile kimeendelea. Julia, karibu sana na wenzetu ambao mko. So wazo letu la leo tunajiuliza, it looks Kenya is gone. Hiyo tu ni kitu tu najiuliza mimi mwenyewe, inakaa ni kama Kenya imeenda. So Julia, karibu sana. Julia, sijui kama umesikia ni kama Uhuru walikutana na Ruto leo, na sio kwa sherehe, ni katika hali ya kukua pahali. Uko na hiyo information?
Hey, I saw Ruto in Gatundu. First, I want to say Ruto is very mannerless.
Yes, go ahead. So umeshtuka ama bado?
Nimeshtuka kwa sababu shidashtuka kwa sababu ya Uhuru. Ask me why. Uhuru,
Okay, go ahead.
Is a kind of a guy yenye leo nimefikiria ameokoka kuliko mimi. You know, I used to think that I'm really born again. I count myself, kwanza mimi kama nimetoka Mount Kenya, unaona penye tu najiweka, penye tu wanajiwekanga, maneno ya kanisa, unajua watu wa Mount Kenya vile wanajifanyanga.
Okay.
Sijui ni kwa sababu tunaishi karibu na mlima ama ni nini. But Uhuru, I count him that kind of a person mwenye someone even wanted to assassinate you and he gives you a call, anakwambia nitakuja kwako, na wewe mwambia siku. Hata leo nimejianalyze Njiru mpaka nikajiuliza whether I also have that kind of a behavior. You know, Uhuru has made me to analyze myself very much today. You know, people who are gullible, people who people can take advantage of, na wanaambiwa sorry, alafu wanachukua. Unajua wanaambiwa sorry na wanakubali tu hiyo sorry. That is how me I count Uhuru. And Ruto nafikiri ametafuta Uhuru sana, na ilibidi amtafute Gatundu. Why am I saying this? If it was a meeting that was organized, I think ingekuwa kamkutano, hata pengine ingekuwa kamkutano pahali Nairobi, na inge involve hata, you know, Uhuru's team and all that. Lakini Ruto lazima angetafuta Uhuru mpaka aende kwake, pengine akaambiwa kuja tu, akaenda. Hey, Ruto is very mannerless. Na Ruto anaonanga Wakikuyu aje jameni. Hii ni madharau, ile madharau ya juu Njiru. Hii ni madharau ile ya juu zaidi. Hata si nimeona hiyo madharau. Yaani hiyo madharau yenye tumeonyeshwa. Yaani hiyo madharau imefanyika leo. Hey. So my take, Njiru, is that I am saying this. If Uhuru wants to join the government and become a cabinet akuwe member wa cabinet, aende tu, lakini ataenda peke yake. That's my take.
Kwa kukuuliza, kwa nini unafikiria huo mkutano huko umepangwa?
Ulipangwa because Ruto cannot storm in Gatundu without calling Uhuru. Hakuna vile anaweza ingia gari aende Gatundu, sio? Unajua hivyo. So Ruto has been looking for Uhuru. I understand. Hata siku zile kwa mazishi, I mean ile nini mkutano ya kanisa penye Ruto was shouted down by people in Embu. The man has been looking for Uhuru. And the man is desperate. Ruto is desperate. Ruto, I think hesabu yake alifanya vibaya ya kufukuza Gachagua. Ruto, imagine Gachagua is really hated because najua Gachagua alikuwa naudhi watu tu. Yani Gachagua was annoying, you know. Unajua this jamaa huko kwenye mwena anakukasirika tu, Njiru unatamani kumpatia ngumi That is Gachagua. Now, Ruto alikuwa ameona hiyo hesabu. And somebody, Kimani Ichung'wah and the others told Ruto that Gachagua was not right in the mountain, and therefore it was easy to throw him under the bus. Na Ruto alianza kuchimba Gachagua kitambo. Unakumbuka siku za Ndindi Nyoro akitembezwa na kina Sudi, even Rift Valley, at he's the most performing MP, na unampatia pesa na anaenda akipeana. What do you think they were doing? They were trying to try and create another PowerPoint Mount Kenya away from Gachagua. Now, somehow, after buying Raila Odinga and ODM, Ruto succeeded to buy the MPs and to marshal people who could throw Gachagua out. But I really think, sasa nimeamini, Ruto did not expect the kind of reaction yenye imetoka kwa mlima saa hii juu ya Gachagua. So Ruto is trying to go back to the mountain. It is called hope against hope. Thinking that people can listen to Uhuru. Now, Uhuru, as usual, anapenda kutolerate all these majambazi. In fact, ukusahau Uhuru ndiye alituletea Ruto in the first place. He's one who came in, who brought in Ruto. So Uhuru, as usual, in fact, Uhuru is now beginning to behave like Kibaki. Unajua watu unafeel ni maziwa lala. That is how Uhuru is beginning to behave. How could Uhuru welcome Ruto in his house in Gatundu? In his normal senses. So angeongea tu kwa simu, amwambie chenye anamwambia. So Ruto had to go, so at press ikave. And NTV has reported that Ruto and Uhuru have given different standpoints of what they discussed. That according to Uhuru, they discussed democracy in Kenya, the rule of law, and how the freedom of expression, and how the opposition people opposing the government should not be oppressed. While Ruto has said that they have discussed about the formation of IBC. Well, Mona and TV can analyze evil, that each one of them has given a different point of view. Because Ruto wanted to create a picture kwamba now I can work with Uhuru. Yani Ruto anatuchukulia aje watu wa Mount Kenya, atuchukulia aje jameni? Akoende huko. Achukue Uhuru na Gina na kila mtu. Wapatie cabinet secretariat. We don't care. Me, that was very annoying that Uhuru welcomed Ruto in his house. I'm very annoyed.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that meeting of today will shape Mount Kenya politics and Kenyan politics in the days to come? Or it was just a private meeting with nothing in it?
It was meant to do so, but it will not. Ruto wanted to achieve that. Ruto is trying to come back to Mount Kenya region after ile matusi na madharau yote. That is how Ruto takes Kenyans to be idiots, especially the ones from the mountain. But it will not. I hope Uhuru is aware of that. if Ruto thinks Uhuru is Raila Odinga, when people do rubbish, Raila Odinga is a cult, is in a cult. Uhuru cannot manage a cult in Mount Kenya region. Watu wa mlima nani Njiru, do you know Mount Kenya is the only place where we have one-time governors, one-time MPs? Do you know that? Because they don't play with anybody. They don't worship nobody. Mount Kenya ni wapi that they even once rejected the son of a former president? Unakumbuka akishindwa Gatondo vile alisimama MP the first time. So let Ruto not think sasa ametembea. What was he doing in Gatondo in the first place? Na hiyo miguu yake alikuwa amepeleka Gatondo. Si walisema watakunia Gatondo wakiwa na Kuria. Kuria said he's going to excrete in Gatondo hapo kwa gate na akojoe hapo. Na Kuria alikuwa ametumwa na Ruto. Ama Wamafira tumesahau. Si waliimba kondoo za Mama Ngina. Seriously? Hey. Hiyo ni madharau.
So Julia,
now
that Ruto has met Uhuru na wakaongea hiyo masaa yote tatu, do you think there is anything for Ruto?
He was hoping for, but I don't think there's anything. Me, I'm just wondering, are you apologize? Can somebody tell me? Do you think he apologized?
So I'm saying, in terms of apology, that one I don't know, but nasema bora kuna shida zingine. I know maybe nili apology ya kupitizwa just for the sake. But
ile ya mtu wadhaimu ni kuongea hiyo kitu kama hiyo.
Hakuna shida hii, hata hiyo miti yako, hiyo ilikuwa ufala. Forget about that.
Ilikuwa ufala, tuache.
Tutajua vile tutafanya na huko mbele. Sio unajua hata tunakuanga pamoja. Yani you know that
that is how men apologize. To say African, that is how they apologize.
Actually, wanaume wa Kiafrika, that is how they apologize. Unakuta like they take things casually. Hata ile pale kulikuwa na shida, wachana na hiyo. Sasa you could even be shocked, even vitu ya 2007, that is the casual talk they say. Kwa hiyo unajua na watu wetu walikufia hapa. Sasa si bro, unaona sasa tuko pamoja, hiyo maneno imeisha. So that is the casualness which I see. It always takes us to the bad ground. Sasa ndio nakwambia, sasa unaweza kuta sasa Uhuru na Ruto sasa unajua sasa unakuta sasa Ruto ana apply that casualness. Unajua hata bro venye hata ulikataa kunipea support kabisa, hata mimi sijui nilikufanyia nini, lakini wewe tuacha tu tuongee. You see, so the reason why nimekuambia hivyo ni 3 hours is not a lazy talk. Kuongea masaa 3 hiyo sio lazy talk, sababu masaa 3 is eternity in politics.
Especially na mtu mwenye mmechukiana.
So mimi ndio nauliza,
you don't talk for 3 hours with just anybody. Unaona?
Na sifikiri ati hii ni pahali ati mumeenda tu ati mumeitana mankuli, si ati story ya kukula hapa, ni kuongea, mnaongea. Na sasa mimi kitu najaribu kujiuliza ni according to you, kwa nini Ruto aliona lazima akutane na Uhuru and he has to make it public?
No, hata sio hivyo, acha it public. Hata kama angetukana na anything about Uhuru and Ruto would definitely come to public, right? Whether they want it or not. But kwa nini Ruto aliona aende Gatondo? You're not asking yourself why. Kwa nini aende Gatondo? Kwa nini imagine I found that as desecrating Gatondo, and I found that as being very mannerless and disrespectful after all the things they have done to the first family. Afadhali hata angempigia simu tuambiwa alipigiana simu.
Na nikuulize can they do a telephone, sababu najuanga saa zingine
They can do a telephone
viongozi
call.
wanaweza pigiana simu, hata mnaweza ongea simu ya masaa 3 siku hizi, hata mnaweza video conference. You can video conference kwa ofisi ya Uhuru kukuwe na video conference, kwa ofisi ya Ruto kukuwe na video conference. Why physical?
Yes, because Ruto wanted it to have an impact. Hata kama mnamchukia, Uhuru alimkaribisha kwake. And I'm telling you, Uhuru is a letdown. Let me tell you something. And Uhuru has let us down again. He shouldn't have done that. No matter what. Wangeongea kwa simu, tusikie wameongea kwa simu. Uhuru is a letdown. And he has let us down again.
Now, based on this, do you think there is a big alliance which Ruto want to forge, whereby all these old people in politics wakuwe pande moja, na then maybe sisi raia tubaki peke yetu, tujipange kivyetu? Do you think there's something like that?
Hakuna alliance anaweza pata. Ruto is panicking. That is my take. First, tumesikia kuna na penye what people say comes around. Have you heard that Uhuru is fronting Matiang'i? Umesikia kitu kama hicho?
Yeah, iko kwa mitandao. Matiang'i ni I don't know, but
that Matiang'i is Uhuru's candidate. Now, sasa Ruto must try very hard to break such things. Unaona, huyu jamaa amesukuma. Let me tell you, you know, he thought that Ruto miscalculated. First alifikiria kwamba akiingiza Raila box atakuwa ameonga sana, lakini amefanya hesabu yake, si mjinga. Akaona hiyo hesabu haingii. Kwanza Wajaluo hata huwa wapigi kura, unajua hivyo. Akaona hiyo hesabu haingii. Na Wajaluo without Waluya, block ya Waluya hawaendi mbali. And now mentioning Matiang'i, meaning part of Nyanza is going. Haya. Na kwa Waluya kuna shida. Kuna shida kwa sababu bado Gen Z wanaongea maneno ya Omtata. Na I don't think Waluya wanaweza pigia mtu mwingine kura akose kusikia Omtata. Now, Kalonzo naye lakini mwenye ameuma Ruto ni Gachagua. Gachagua amebomoa Ruto kabisa. Let me ask you, Njiru, did you really think when Gachagua was being fought, did you imagine that Gachagua will balkanize the mountain like the way he has done? Ulifikiria hivyo? Hebu niambie what you are thinking. You are mute.
Nilifikiria tu Gachagua ataenda tu mute, ataenda akiendanga.
Akiendanga. Alafu kumeendaje?
Ni kama amekuwa thangari. Unajua thangari ni ile gugu ambayo
amekuwa thangari kama goha. Na goha. No na goha. Ne goha ka ne gogo ni nekekereaga mundu bila ni nakulanga mtu bila kujua inakukulia wapi.
Yani ni kama ile ugonjwa ya mshoka, ile unakunywa dawa lakini hiyo kitu inarudi.
Yani Gachagua is just annoying Ruto so much. Kwa sababu now did you think that atapata support yenye? Unajua Gachagua nimegundua Gachagua ni mobilizer in a very cheeky way. Unajua Gachagua ndiye anajua play dirty politics. Hao wengine hakuna kitu anajua. Kani unakaa ukimute Njiru? Si tuko tu wawili.
Unajua ni vile na mute kukupea nafasi. Okay, ni sawa.
Hainanga effect hata ukimute.
Okay, ni sawa.
When you are two doesn't have any vibration. Nakwambia Gachagua ni kama mimi nimeshangaa sana hata mimi nichukia Gachagua, lakini siku hizi anadibamba tu. Let me tell you, hata ile alipigwa kwa mazishi, mimi naweza hata niamini alipanga. Nakwambia Njiru, Gachagua anaweza panga hiyo kitu.
Anaweza panga ili nini sympathy yanguke kabisa ama?
Hata unaona Embu, Gachagua anaweza panga mtu ashauti apigwe nduru. Nakwambia Gachagua anaweza panga anything.
So in other words, vile unajaribu kusema ni ya kwamba Gachagua ni shrewd. That's what you're saying.
Na ni mobilizer ya mathags. Alafu ana cry wolf after that.
akuje because I remember hata ile wakati wa Uhuru, nakumbuka ile wakati alikuwa anasema mbona usiue watoto wetu. You remember like he is attacking Uhuru. Anaongea vibaya sana kuhusu Uhuru akimuita deep state, na alikuwa anaita Uhuru deep state na state capture. Then na the same time anamwambia mbona usiue watoto wetu. Can you see like you are aggressively attacking somebody, na the same time unataka atuonee huruma ati mnaweza kufa. Let me ask a question.
Gachagua is nasty. So Ruto did not expect that. Alafu unaona vile crowd imefanyia hata anybody who calls himself with supports Ruto or opposes Gachagua. Amekuwa enemy wa Mount Kenya. Amekuwa enemy ya kila mtu, hata mwenye hakupenda Gachagua. Hata akina nani Kimani, this guy from anaitwa nani? Huyu jamaa wa Jubilee. What is his name?
Kioni?
Akina Kioni. Have you noticed? Let me ask you. Did you ever think that Gachagua and Akina Kalonzo would sit somewhere together and talk?
No, it didn't look possible, but sasa unajua sasa wakati amejikuta kwa baridi ilibidi ajiunge na wenzake wale wako kwa baridi.
Lakini sio hivyo, angalia kila mtu anatafuta Gachagua. Gachagua is a mobilizer. Kichini chini. Anakukulia, anatafuta majambazi, anaongea vibaya, alafu anajifanya yeye ni the victim. So that the reaction about, okay, let me also ask you, haven't you seen even other communities are now pro Gachagua suddenly? Did you see that? Ati Gachagua ilingiliwa, Gachagua alitolewa unfairly. Did you expect that reaction? Ati even prominent lawyers wanaandika kwa news wakiongelea hiyo maneno. Ati Gachagua alitolewa unfairly, sijui Gachagua nini. So Ruto did not expect this anti-Gachagua motion to generate such a reaction. And in fact, I think people after Gachagua ouster, people are more opposed to Ruto than they were before. And you know the birth, that was the birth of Kufa Makanga Kufa Dereva. Unaona. And since then, Kenyans, the opposition towards Ruto has been going up. Yani inaenda kipamba moto. Unaona. It is not that things calmed down. By firing Gachagua, Ruto escalated the situation. Ni kama, how can I look at it this way, Njiru? Unaona, you were a student before. Unaona, if you are a student and you thought the head boy, I'm a head girl, if you are a head teacher in high school, especially in high school, na ukafikiria kwamba head boy ndiye anakusumbua, then you expel them. What used to happen in those schools? Zinachomwa. Kama ingelikuwa mwalimu.
Yes, zilikuwa zinachomwa.
Zilikuwa kama mngekuwa principal mwerevu, sukenyamazia hiyo kitu. Ama hata umeseme makosa ya head boy umemaliza, umemsamehe. To calm the situation down. So Ruto was thinking the whole Kenya hates Gachagua. By the way, Kenya just hated Gachagua's foolishness and foolish statements. In fact, since after they fired him, people now started calling him Mr. Truthful Man. At a truthful man, ndiye anatuambia ukweli. Imagine. So, Ruto now, it is called desperate moves. Going to Kenyatta's home is desperate moves, but I'm also disappointed by Kenyatta. How can you welcome the devil? Shetani kwa boma yake. Mtu mwenye unajua ni witch. Hata anaweza kubiwitch. Doesn't Uhuru see that?
Swala. Nataka kukuuliza swali. Do you see Gachagua and Uhuru working together in the future?
Nope.
Why?
I don't even see Ruto and Uhuru working together.
So what should happen moving forward? Like tujipangeaje, tuangalie nani out of all these people, raia wajipeleke kivyao ama kuna yule kiongozi tunaweza angalia huyu kiongozi anaka. So based on all these people, is there a person who we can point to? Is there hope or we are done?
Yeah, there are a lot of people that, let me tell you what will happen. Gachagua will support Kalonzo. Okay? And most of Mount Kenya region will vote for Kalonzo. All right?
Na hii maneno ya Kalonzo kuenda usiku nayo atajiondoa aje? Sababu pia kunasemekana Kalonzo kuna uwezekano ati anaongea na Ruto. Are you aware of that?
Kalonzo sidhani anaingia na Ruto sahi. Kalonzo ameona presidency hapa kwa pua lake anaiona. He can see himself becoming president. Because let us be realistic. Let us be realistic now. Apart from Ruto, who else can gather as many votes right now in Kenya? Many, let me call them tribal votes.
Tribal votes, maybe the usual ordinary people. Maybe Kalonzo Musyoka, because Kalonzo Musyoka has a block.
Yes, Kalonzo will be the what do we call mtu mwenye anaongoza naitwa aje na Kidhogo.
Is a lead.
Will be a front runner ama forerunner.
Yeah, forerunner.
Atakuwa hapo mbele, atakuwa among the top ama atakuwa amelead. But if there's a fair election, there will not be a clear winner. But Kalonzo, I think, will be having the majority of votes right now as we speak. Why am I saying if Matiang'i vice and Omtata vice? So Kalonzo will be leading, because Gen Z, they cannot succeed to mobilize enough votes for Omtata, especially if Mount Kenya, as usual, will just vote for their man, and this time they will vote for Kalonzo because they think he's the closest man to be their man. He's the closest person being their man. Unaona. Matiang'i, I don't know how Matiang'i is coming in, because sijui plan yake ni gani, unless he succeeds to bring out a Matiang'i Tosha movement. Now,
so let me ask you a question, Julia, as you talk about Matiang'i. So can you tell me, how will Matiang'i prepare for presidency? Because I don't understand, because is it possible for Matiang'i, who has been outside people's mind, to just become a surprise candidate from nowhere? How is he going to prepare? Or is he going to rely on endorsement from others and he suddenly becomes popular?
No, Matiang'i first is popular. When ndio umekuwa ng'ambo. Mjioni Matiang'i is popular. Matiang'i so far, common Mainchi knows only Matiang'i has performed in that country. If you ask people if they know any public servant who has performed, ni Matiang'i peke yake tu anajua. Matiang'i is popular. Alafu Matiang'i is akona ile, unaona Matiang'i akona ile voice, umpende ama umchukie. You have two things to do. Either umpende ama umchukie. Umwogope, umchukie ama umpende. Let me say, if Matiang'i, Kalonzo and Omtata are placed on a campaign like a debate, Matiang'i atawashinda wote. They won't manage. They can't even match him. He can throw them all out. First, unaona huyo jamaa ni mwalimu, ni orator. Alafu akona na some level of confidence yenye inaambianga the whole hall, nyamazeni, I talk fast and all of you shut up. The rest of you shut up. Now, on top of that, Matiang'i is known to be the only public servant that has performed. Though he has challenges of the fact that he has ile makosa serikali ya Uhuru ilifanya inamguza, kwa sababu remember the deaths in the days of protest, like stories of Baby Pendo, vitu kama hizo, unaona, story kama hizo zinamguza, unaona. Those are the things that would shoot him down. Lakini he has I can narrate up to you a record of Matiang'i's performance. Matiang'i hadi ametoa Kenya from analog to digital. Matiang'i amesimamia. Matiang'i hata kama he's blamed for deaths, people say that it was during his reign when we had deaths, people thrown in River Yara. But Matiang'i is also was, during Matiang'i, Kenya was able to fight terrorism so much. Now, when Matiang'i was cabinet secretary for education, Matiang'i ndiye alimaliza wizi, si Makoha amemaliza wizi wa mitihani, ni Matiang'i. Makoha found when Matiang'i was rid of all that vice. So it is Matiang'i who's performed in the Ministry of Education. So wherever Matiang'i was performing like Mishuki, wherever Matiang'i went, he performed. Lakini anaguzwa na dhambi za wale watu walikufa wakati wa maandamano. The things like the people who were found thrown in River Yara, and he never explained. So him, just like Kindiki, he can be, people can complain and talk about those things about him. But if you put Matiang'i, Omtata and Kalonzo, though Omtata is the most credible person there, according to me, kumbuka Wakenya, they don't even vote on credibility. They vote jina, kabila letu, and all that. Pesa, name them. So, if you ask me, in an election where we have the three people, Kalonzo may lead because of tribal balkanization, but Matiang'i will be somewhere in the middle. If the three of them go for a runoff, Matiang'i will beat Kalonzo. Number 2 atakuwa number 1.
So, in other words, you think Matiang'i will be able to assemble that coalition which is needed to win an election, and kuna mtu amesema ni kama ako kwa timu ya Kalonzo. So do you want to tell me that Kalonzo will be patient enough to tell Matiang'i be the president, mimi niko tayari kusaidia timu yako katika nafasi nyingine? Is that what you mean?
I don't know what they are working on, unless they are working on thinking that they will have a prime ministerial seat. Mi sijui chenye wana, but if they are working kwa hiyo timu ya Kalonzo, hiyo team ni strong. That team is very strong. But then if they need Gen Z vote, they should bring in Omtata, and in fact Omtata is the most credible person there.
And how will Omtata agree to work with them? And Omtata seems as if he wants to be a candidate of change instead of being a candidate of compromise. You see, now in Kenya we have been dealing with the candidates of compromise, but Omtata is posing as a candidate of change, as a candidate of reform. So how do you combine reforms and the status quo to work together to beat Ruto?
I don't know how but they have to. Sometimes I think you have to. If the agenda will be to remove Ruto, then they have to compromise.
So if you go to compromise, will the compromise team support the change?
Yes, I think Matiang'i and Omtata are a good combination for change, because Matiang'i himself changed Kenya in many ways. That guy is a worker, he's a mover, he's no nonsense. Matiang'i akona attitude kama ya Martha Karua. Unakumbuka MPs wakisema ati anawa disrespect hivi, aliwasomea akawaita wash. Alikuwa amemuita ati kumsomea, instead akawasomea na akawaita wash.
Yeah, I remember alikuwa anaongea sana na akasema nitatoa hiyo speech ya Matiang'i by the way as we speak, pale ambako Matiang'i alisema the next election tukicheza tutachagua wash.
Aliwasomea na
let me look for it as you talk. Julia, just explain. I will be looking for it.
Aliwasomea sana, alisema hata aliwasomea. So Matiang'i, let me tell you, hata kama Matiang'i alikuwa ana hizo maneno ati Bibi Pendo and all that, I don't want to wish him away. He's the only guy so far I know who can be firm and implement what he wants implemented without fear of being intimidated by anybody. Matiang'i is facing intimidation from whichever quarter, hawezi. So if we want to talk about change, then Matiang'i and Omtata are a good combination of change. Now Kalonzo ni mtu wa status quo, mwende south, mwende east, west, north, as far as yenye amepata yenye anatafuta ataunga. Lakini at the same time, Kalonzo is not implicated for so many ills. I don't know whether he has not fanya kazi kwa serikali sana. Okay, alifanya kazi na Kibaki.
Okay. Wacha nikuwekee hii, alikuwa anasema people lie like a career and then we discuss. Asante sana Shiro Inokuradi, naona umeingia. Update your team tuko. Waambie wakuje wasiende usingizi mapema, Shiro.
Kuna mtu anasema ati Agwa atakuwa surprise akiona Ruto na Gachagua.
Stop asking research questions to ChatGPT. Its answers are not reliable, and they are difficult.
As we speak right now, as I speak to you right now, we have a National Police Reserve in some parts of North Rift. There has never been a time we have withdrawn National Police Reserves from North Rift or any part of the country. What happens in the security sector all the time is reviews are done from time to time, depending on the needs, what is needed in a particular area. And in most cases, consultations are done, even with the local groups. I have been in meetings with some leaders of the North Rift sometimes, civic leaders and Wananchi, who tell you, reduce the number of guns in the hands of civilians. Let us have police officers to do this work. In some areas, Wananchi themselves and even their political leaders tell you, we need a deployment of police reservists. And I can tell you for a fact, if you spoke to the Inspector General of Police, or better still, if you went to the Regional Police Commander in Nakuru, he will tell you we have National Police Reservists in some parts of North Rift. There has never been a time we have withdrawn police officers from a particular part of the country. I mean, we don't provide security because of an individual. We have a constitutional responsibility to protect our people. That's the responsibility of any government. So that is why, to be very honest with you, I frankly don't like spending time commenting on some of these flippant and petty political things, because a lot of people lie all the time. You know, some of them now lie like a career. You know, it's like that's what they went to school to be trained. You saw those lies yesterday. You know, people lying. They lie about anything. They can't tell you anything. Probably the only truth about them is their name. They lie all the time. It's saying things that don't exist. And partly also, by the way, people would do better if they did their job. Because if they attended the meetings they're supposed to attend, if they sought briefs from the people they're supposed to be briefed, they will be briefed effectively, instead of now going to embarrass themselves in that kind of manner where you say things that don't exist. And ask yourself the question, how do police officers, especially senior police officers who are managing the security sector, feel when they see their leader lying about them?
Julia, huyo ni Matiang'i.
Alikuwa anaongea juu ya Ruto. Ruto alikuwa amesema kwamba ati watu wamenyang'anywa bunduki North Rift, ati to sabotage him. That is Matiang'i. Matiang'i is firm.
Yeah. So unasikia na akasema, and now sasa hizo vitu zimekuja. Some people lie as a career. He has been vindicated. On that he was perfect on. Kuna watu wanadanganya.
Matiang'i, the only thing unaweza sema na saa zingine ni kama kumwekelea, sisemi kumwekelea, anyway the balance also stops at him. Things like the deaths that were witnessed in protests, especially when we had stories like Baby Pendo being killed. Unaona vitu kama hizo. By then he was a cabinet secretary. Lakini generally, if you analyze his performance, the guy, wherever he went, the man performed. Matiang'i can change Kenya, transform Kenya, flip it. And Matiang'i with Omtata, Omtata needs the stamina. Unajua ile stamina ya hata unaweza chapa watu makofi. Let me say this. You see why Kindiki is not being felt. Kindiki hana stamina. Kindiki, but I think if you're a running mate, you can't have a stamina. The only running mate we had who had a stamina was Martha Karua. Martha Karua kona stamina. Martha Karua is a woman, but she has more stamina than Kindiki.
Okay, huyo ni Matiang'i, umesikia hapo. So now let me ask you a question. Surely if people are presented with Matiang'i or Kalonzo, I know very many people would go for Matiang'i because of that. At least
yes,
Matiang'i has better qualities compared to
Kalonzo.
To Kalonzo, who are a bit flip-flops. So on that. But now the challenge which I have is yes, umeniambia ni mimi sifuati Matiang'i, umeniambia na Matiang'i is popular. But there is a difference between being popular to people and being popular to people because you want an elective seat. Unajua, like we know Mwangi. Unajua Mwangi wa Equity. Mwangi wa Equity is popular. But if Mwangi wa Equity anataka kukua president wa Kenya, he will not assume that he is popular. He will have to come to the ground. sababu najua there is a difference between regular popularity and political popularity.
Matiang'i has political. Si kama Mwangi wa Equity haujulikani. It is us, the professionals who know Mwangi wa Equity. It is Mwangi wa Equity hajulikani. It is us who professionals who know Mwangi wa Equity. Matiang'i, I'm telling you Matiang'i, mimi nimekaa Kenya, Matiang'i was on the ground because people know. It is because of him education changed. People can count 1, 2. Yani Mkenya anaweza count 1, 2, 3. Matiang'i has an attitude kama ile ya Matiba. You know, Matiba was just a cabinet secretary before he became all this politician and all that. He was a cabinet secretary. So Matiang'i akona hiyo attitude. Ama Matiang'i has a Michuki kind of attitude. So Matiang'i na Kalonzo, the only thing I feel bad about Njiru, very bad, that where I still think Matiang'i should be given a chance rather than Kalonzo, is that Kalonzo has the capability of gathering many votes on tribal balkanization. The evidence, my evidence is that I have realized that Kalonzo is able to mobilize the Kamba vote. We used to think Kalonzo hawezi, lakini nimegundua Wakamba siku hizi wako united mbaya mbovu. Now, on top of that, Kalonzo has been warping up to Rigiji. Watu wa mountain saizi atajua alichukia Rigiji. Juu wameambiwa wanachukiwa. First, najua Ruto created a picture where he wanted to create hate against the mountain from other tribes. So the mountain have suffered this before. Sasa saizi wakajipanga. They went back to factory setting. They forgot all their umesikia the talk that has been, hata kama mtu ni amekosea, ati mwanahora, ati mtoto anachapwa akirudishwa kwa nyumba, ati hauchapi mtoto ukikuza. Si umesikia hiyo misemo from everybody. Kuwe na kina Kioni wakiongea hivyo. See, they were referring to Rigiji, which means right now, Rigiji is capable of tearing the mountain to support Kalonzo, which is the most likely thing he will do, because Rigiji cannot support performance. Like Rigiji is those kind of politicians who maintain status quo. We continue stealing, we continue corrupting our way around. So hawezi taka watu kama Matiang'i ama Omtata, hapana. And that is the thing that he's going to try to mobilize the mountain around Kalonzo, to coalesce around Kalonzo. And then let me tell you what will happen. I don't believe Uhuru will back Ruto in anything. Uhuru will retain his candidate, Matiang'i. And again, we'll see another cycle where Uhuru will have his Matiang'i candidate and Gachagua will have Kalonzo candidate. That is what I see.
Okay. Let me bring you closer. Now, we are talking of Matiang'i. So, nilikupea ngurupu tatu hapa. Unajua Ruto lazima afike kwa debe. Hapo, that is automatic. Then tuko na group mbili hapa, tumesema kuna group ya change na kuna group ya status quo. Now hii group ya status quo, because of the stakes in Kenya na sababu ya zile unajua status quo na Ruto hazina tofauti sana. Status quo na Ruto, they are almost similar. Like kuna watu wanatoroka Ruto na kuna I'm giving you the demography of Kenya, the way Kenyans are. Kuna mtu anatoroka Ruto na kuna mtu anaona hii status quo ya kina Kalonzo na kina Matiang'i. I need to be here kwa Omtata. Then there is a problem. Now sasa tukikuwa hapa kwa Omtata, that group is not so huge to be 50+1. So the question which I was asking you is how do these people who are representing change neutralize the status quo guys? Like, how can Matiang'i, it could be hypothetical, but nikukuuliza tu na kuuliza, can Matiang'i support Okiya Omtata?
I don't know. I think he should.
Or Kalonzo or Rigiji? Can they support like somebody like Okia?
I don't know. All those people can support Okia if their objective is to remove Ruto. Like if they are thinking they'll become president by Kalonzo vying here, Matiang'i coming here, vying there, after the other one, Ruto will win. Moi way. Moi style.
Yeah, Rachel Nyingi anasema in politics there are no permanent enemies. Tafakari hayo. But
Yeah, even I agree with somebody who said, do you know hata nani Gachagua anaweza rudia Ruto akichotewa pesa vizuri. You know he can do that.
But I think he will lose all the clout which he has gotten. I don't think you will go to Ruto and you are still okay. So do you want to tell me that sasa Gachagua sasa venye amekuwa akitingisha mlima aende kwa Ruto sasa ili aende kumwaga mlima huko tena? Is that what you mean?
Ati kama amechotewa anawe
unless he can, but he'll go alone na bibi na watoto.
He'll go just the way I'm telling you. If Uhuru goes, he'll go alone. Unaona vile if Ruto was thinking that ametembea Kadundo leo ati atapata Uhuru, if he goes he'll go. Let him have Uhuru, his family, his friends. Unajua umesikia story ya Kagwe ati Ruto anatafuta Kagwe, Mutahi Kagwe ampe interior. Lakini hii story inanibamba. Unajua kwa nini? I hope atapata Mutahi Kagwe ampe interior. In fact, I'm happy with this because somebody is asking why is Raila in all this. You know something? Raila will be mad. Let me ask you now, or let me also ask you, Njiru. Hii discussion yote, ODM has been on the clouds. ODM ndio wamekuwa kwa binguni, si ndio? Mpaka wanaongea ujinga pale Mombasa. Tu walikuwa napinga hii, kumbe saizi wanaona haki haingekuwa haja ya kupinga. Unaona this kajamaa ODM anaitwa nani? Mwenye ulikuwa anaongea matope. What is his name?
Wapi na kuongea matope wapi? Maybe you can tell me.
Alikuwa anasema Mombasa, alikuwa anasema ati
Joho.
Si Joho. This other MP wa ODM. He was saying that tulikuwa tunapinga hii, kumbe hatungepiganga hiyo.
Si ni Junet? You see, ODM has been on the cloud. Let me ask you Njiru. Unafikiri watu wa ODM leo wamelala wapi when they saw Ruto in Gatondo? Si wanaanzia kuona sasa ni kama siasa pia hata wao the sharing formula is reducing. Unajua
they'll be thrown under the bus.
Unajua, let me tell you it's like when a man marries a second wife. Unajua yule bibi wa kwanza anashtukanga sababu anaonanga sasa the share is reducing. By design. So to me I see now
ama ni kama wewe ni msichana unafikiri kijana fulani anakupenda alafu kesho unamwona na asilimia msichana mwingine hapo. How does it feel? Kuna kiwaru ingine hapo mbaya
you start sensing replacement.
Au jamaa leo hawajarara. Unaona Junet was yapping because alikuwa ameambiwa Raila amepromote kwa interior. Kenya's akunanga rumors. Rumors is that Ruto has been looking for Mutahi Kagwe to give him health ama to give him interior. Kenya's akunanga rumors. Na pengine Mutahi akaambia lazima uongee na Uhuru. Ati kuna wale watu wa Uhuru hata uwafanyie nini hawezi kuchukua kazi unless Uhuru says yes. Let me tell you, even if Ruto hires Uhuru today, Mount Kenya will not go back. So I hope Gachagua knows that. And anyway, Uhuru now, we don't care because he's not even vying for presidency or anything. In fact, I was expecting, I don't know why they are dragging Uhuru into politics. Uhuru, nilikwambia jana Uhuru aende happy. Apeleke Margaret Sichus. Destination Sichus. Wakatembe. Mimi kama ingelikuwa Uhuru, mimi singeenda hizo. Singekaribisha anybody in my home. Nimewambia siasa niliwachanga kitambo. Why is he doing that? Why is Uhuru doing that? Anyway, shouldn't do. Although even in the American politics, I've seen the former presidents really influence in elections here. Na wamekuwa so active, even those wenye walikuwa kitambo. I think it's just something you can't help. but I think Uhuru should just keep away, according to me. Now, but my take is Matiang, Kalonzo, and Omtata. If the agenda is to remove Ruto, then they should work as a team. They should do a coalition, an alliance, an alliance of come and see. In fact, hiyo alliance hakuna mwenye ataishinda. And Kalonzo should back them, should back Matiang and Omtata.
Nancy Royo anajaribu kutuelimisha hapa ati Nancy Royo is saying Okiya Omtata is a non-starter na she is claiming that Gen Z will impact nothing. Na anaendelea, so unajua sasa kuna hizo group tatu nilikuwa nimekupea, kuna group ya status, so yeye anasema hii group ya status quo it will be more powerful and kwa maoni yake based on what nikifikiria zaidi ya Nancy ni kama anasema Okiya is the one who should go to the status quo guys. So ni kama anajaribu kusema sasa tu Okiya Omtata ajaribu kutafuta kiti mbadala kuliko rais alafu aungane na watu. If Nancy, I got you well, is that what you mean? Unataka Okiya atakuja kwa status quo but atakuja kama rais, sababu hawa watu wa status quo hawatapigia yeye kura. Is that what you mean? Okay, Julia, can you react to Nancy Royo? Sababu Nancy Royo ameongea story mob hapo and it is worth commenting. Amesema yes. So can you react?
Hao watu wa status quo ndio wataharibu hiyo maneno, kwa sababu unaona wako na kura mingi. Ours was like, just I've told you that Kalonzo is capable of gathering so many votes because of the bulk. Akipata bulk ni amount. Unajua Mlima hawapigangi kura juu ni mtu mzuri. They always vote to punish somebody. You know that. Na another thing, Mlima wako a bit ignorant, hawaendaki kwa social media. Just like that lady saying, Mlima wakuangi kwa space. Hata wasikiangi Gen Z wakiongea. So they don't catch network so much. So, Mlima will vote a tribal vote according to the way watakuwa wamekasirika. So the only person I think who can, let me tell you, the kingmaker right now, the kingmaker ni Gachagua na Kalonzo. Those are the kingmakers. And unfortunately, Kalonzo will not step down for anybody. Juu hata Wakamba wamesema ati Kalonzo amedanganywa mara mingi. Asidanganywe tena. Asidanganywe tena. So I think we are in deep SHIT.
Okay, I want to bring you closer. Now, based on that, don't you think like we are beckoning to a divide, which could actually benefit Ruto?
Yes, we are.
So how do we unite the country?
I don't know, unless if they realize. You remember the day that unless they remember 2002. If, let me say this, if Raila Odinga had not backed Kibaki, who would have won? You know that. Because even the Kikuyus, when you walipigia Kibaki kura kwa sababu the rest of the country said Kibaki tosha. You know that's how Kikuyus work. Yeah? So, now we just need Mungu aguze Kalonzo. Kalonzo akubali kupewa kiti kingine. And in fact, like, I think now we should agree that NADCO report iende through wakuwe na prime minister, so that Kalonzo apewe easy seat ya prime minister, so that Kalonzo na Gachagua wakubaki kubak Matiang and I would propose a Matiang Omtata presidency.
Do you propose which one? Say again.
A Matiang Omtata presidency.
So who is the president and the deputy, or either way?
I think Matiang president na Omtata deputy.
Matiang Omtata presidency.
Yeah. And I would propose wakuwe na hiyo kiti prime minister wapatie Kalonzo na wapatie CJ wapatie Martha Karua. Unaona, speaker watafute pengine Coast Province. Unajua they have to try and distribute those things speaker wa Senate watafute from Luoland. Speaker
Okay,
wa Senate watafute from Luoland. Speaker wa
let me ask you a
Parliament.
question. Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
Umesikiliza Okiya Mtata, especially kwa Lynn. She was in Lynn discussing her his issues, I mean, sorry. And Okiya is for a lean government. Okiya was saying that he want a cabinet of 14 members, less than wale wako.
Yeah.
Now, if Okiya want a less cabinet, can he agree to have a prime minister?
Kama amebadilisha sheria, then you have no choice but to have one.
Because you see, hata hii kazi Mudavadi anafanya is an illegal job. It's a
Sisemi hiyo ya Mudavadi, if they have changed the constitution, but then maybe you should tell me that I should assume the constitution will not change and that we remain the way we are. Then I think that
so a question is changing the constitution only for positions and enough mandate to do it, or there must be more than positions alone? Because can we just change the constitution because we need a prime minister in Kenya? Is it enough threshold?
No, I don't think we'd need a prime minister. Okay, sometimes najua dynamics za Kenya, Jiru, they make us find reasons to incorporate everybody and to make everybody feel like part of the team. You know, Kenya iko na dynamics that this tribal thing, we can't run away from it, however much we want to. So there are people in Kenya who have always felt left out in power sharing. And if a prime minister can cure that, then we better have it.
So my issue is this: how do you bring prime minister to people? Like, are we going to have only one question that do you need a prime minister or not? Because we need a referendum question.
I don't know, maybe.
Or it can be done from the act of a parliament.
No, I don't think that's a protected area. It cannot be the act of parliament. That's a protected area, part of the constitution.
So you know the amount of money you can use to do a referendum. You know, referendums are expensive ventures. A referendum could cost close to 60 billion.
Yeah.
If I give you some money. So is it right for Kenya to spend 60 billion to discuss about one position?
And anyway, okay, I understand that was in the NADCO report, but looking at the way things are going, we don't even have an IBC commission. So I think even thinking about changing the constitution, I think it will not happen. So we should just think about the way saa vile tuko. Hakuna nini? Hakuna, tufikirie vile tuko tu.
No, Julia, at the end of the day in Kenya, we will have to agree on some amendments of the constitution. I don't refuse. We will amend our constitution. We will have amendment 1, amendment 2, amendment 3. I don't deny that, especially when it comes to government spending. Kenya will have to look for ways of amending its constitution to avoid government wastage, because truth of the matter is that Julia, we are overrepresented, and Kenya, a country which is around 585,000 square kilometers, cannot be having over 350 members of parliament. It's a joke. That's a joke. We will have to. There are some things which we can do. So unless we say that we are having a more expanded question, like we can have it can be done in a referendum, but as a governance question. Like if it is brought like a governance question, then it can see the light of the day. So we have a question of governance, and then maybe we also have a question of accountability, because those are, for me, if I look at how our constitution has been, governance and accountability are lacking in our constitution. There are things which we have to look at it, because can you imagine in our country, somebody will still steal 6 billion, and our constitution is not having a way in which we can look for those people. Like, accountability is not coming out clear, because so many things come as hearsay. Once I'm able to hire very experienced lawyers, Akina Cliff Ombeta, I can be able to subvert all that. Like, accountability is not coming out. So I think there will be some amendments which will have to come in time, or in the next 10 or 20 years, but they will have to be more genuine amendments. They will not have to be amendments which are being done sababu kuna mtu fulani tunataka apate kiti. Hazitakuja hivyo. But as long as those amendments will be done because we want to change the lifestyle of Kenyans, those amendments will see the light of the day. The reason why BBI was unable to see the light of the day was because it was a vendetta which was put in it because it was to benefit some people and some quarters. And maybe Kenyans were told that they are not benefiting from them. Like now, this issue of one man, one sharing, that is something which can get light of the day, whereby like you want to equalize people, whereby you want people to benefit according to their representation. That is like a question which can be asked in a referendum. Because if you go in places like the US, the electoral college is also their one man, one vote. You know that electoral college is that because bigger states, more population, more representation, and more electoral college. It goes that way. So more representation because of many people. So those are some of the things which we have to think critically. But the truth of the matter is that the Kenyan Constitution will have to be amended sometime in future to reflect modernity or to reflect the changing of events, and also to make governance smooth. So far, the Constitution is too cumbersome. Our Constitution is too cumbersome. Julia, maybe to help you understand this, are you aware that there were some constituencies we were supposed to abolish? So you unakumbuka hiyo story?
The boundary review.
Maziwa is supposed to go. Like I think in Mount Kenya region, I was hearing that, I don't know, maybe somebody can tell us. There are constituencies which are supposed to go, and the delay of atook on IBC, it means that that is a discussion which cannot be said. And by the way, it's a good discussion because some of those constituencies, if they go away, we can save some few coins which could be used somewhere. Because you know that every elected position in Kenya is a corruption institution, because these people are not extremely accountable. The question which I'm asking you now that we are trying to look at possibilities of people who can be able to govern us, and we now see people coming up. Innocent Joe Obidi anasema constituency ya Kioni was to go, hiyo ni Daragwa. So hata Daragwa ni mingi by the way, there were so many which were to go. Yeah, thank you Innocent. Na ukuja studio bana, usiongelee huko pembeni. So Julia, let me ask you a question. Now we are 3 years to election, or 2.5 years to election. Do you think Ruto amejipanga? Do you think Ruto is competitive on his side?
Ruto amejipanga juu he steals the votes. Na alikuwa anajipanga lakini akaona hizo kura za Wajaluo haizingii. Alafu hiyo kitu ya kuimba, unajua ni kitu tu unapanga, ni kama unapanga kuvunja bank lakini hujui kama utasucceed. So I think he does not want to depend on that. So he wants also to appear seemingly to have a support. He thought, I think kujipanga kwange kulikuwa kwanza, the first arrangement Ruto was doing was to balkanizing the rest of Kenya against the Kikuyu or Mount Kenya region, lakini hiyo kitu haikuingia. Especially when he fired Gachagua. Gachagua even received sympathy from some parts of Kenya that Ruto did not expect. So now he's going to square one again. Re-strategize. Sasa anataka create a picture kwamba Mlima bado iko behind him. That is why he's trying to go back to Uhuru, and I wonder how much effective that is. But Ruto, we cannot overrule him. First, he has the state machinery, and he's is an expert in rigging. So in an election, which I don't expect will be fair, free and fair, Ruto has an upper hand. But if we have a free and fair election, then now we can discuss about the other politicians. And I guess maybe, Njiru, this is my take. Let's hope we have a free and fair election. Let's just have everybody run so that we have runoffs. Yeah, hoping that we shall have a runoff.
So you are saying that coalitions after election.
Because now, whom do you convince to drop for who? When niambie.
But you need 50 plus 1 to be declared a winner. So, and 50 plus 1 means collaboration. Is it?
Yeah, you need, if they need 50 plus 1, then everybody else should only have one candidate versus Ruto.
Yeah, so we will still need, I think somebody will have to come up with a coalition plan. I don't know who that person is going to be. I don't think if Uhuru has capacity to help Kenyans craft that coalition.
And I don't think he's interested either.
Because if he was not meeting Ruto, I could trust him in crafting a coalition. Right now, it's a bit shaky. So I think we need a Kenyan who can help to craft a mega coalition. Because I think, based on what Mr. Ruto, Mr. Kasongo is doing, we need a mega coalition. And always we have experts of coalition making. Kuna watu wanajua kutengeneza coalitions sana, by the way. So I don't know if the people who helped in crafting the Kibaki coalition of 202, they are still alive. Kuna mtu anaweza tuambia baadhi ya wale watu waliunda the 202 if they are still alive.
Coalition was not crafted. Wewe ulikuwa, how old were you?
Why do you want to tell me that it was just something organic? Ama ilibidi tu
It
kila
was
mtu.
organic. It was a reflex action. Unajua reflex action? Utakuchapa kofi na unamchapa teke.
No, let's forget when NAK is coalescing with the Rainbow, with the LDP.
Let me tell you what happened that night. Kulikuwa na Wamalwas na kina Ngiru, and Kibaki somewhere. Raila was on the other side with akina Uhuru, na Saitoti. Moi akachagua nani? Akachagua Uhuru, akasema he'll be my presidential candidate. Hao jamaa wengine wakakasirika mbaya mbovu. Saitoti ni kama aliongea mbaya, akaambiwa KANU iko na wenye, akaambiwa nyamaza kimya, KANU iko na wenyewe. Raila Odinga jumped ship. Now, he jumped first. I still believe Raila Odinga did not have intentions of having Kibaki as president. Kulikuwa hata na, there were some days that walichukua kufikiria what next. Because bado walikuwa na hiyo anti-Kikuyu thing kwa moyo yao. They had that thing in them. And there was no way they were going to have a Kikuyu as a presidential candidate. Then, the reflex action I'm talking about is when they realized that Kibaki was the only option to beat Moi. Ilikuwa kama reflex action. Hakuna coalition ilikuwa hapo, ama alliance. Sisi walikaa wakakaa pamoja kasema, hey, tutengeneze kama hii ya Azimio. No, they didn't do that. You see, Azimio was well organized. And really, walikaa kwa panga vitu mingi. This one was not. It was a reflex action. It was like, it's either we support Kibaki or Ruto, Uhuru wins.
I think, Julia, you are forgetting Azimio coalition and issues.
It had issues, but they took a long time to organize themselves and to decide what next. Rainbow na NAK na nini haikuwa na mpango. Hiyo kitu ilifanyika boom. Right? In fact, Raila just woke up one day and they were in the meeting, they said Kibaki tosha. And he always said that. He's the one who said that. It was a reflex action. Kibaki tosha.
Okay. So in other words, you want to say that the 202 thing has no experts?
No, hakuna mtu alikaa akapanga. Ni wako na choice.
No, but Kibaki wa Marwa Ngiru was a
an overnight. Kibaki wa Marwa Ngiru. That
was a sit down. There was a sit down for the three of them.
usiku Raila and team were calling Wamarwa and Giru to change their mind not to have the Kibaki as their flag bearer. It is even reported that waliwambembeleza sana wasikubali Kibaki akuwe flag bearer, lakini ikafika mahali wakaona yeye ndiye tu dawa peke yake ya Uhuru, because Uhuru was going to win. They knew that. So si ati walipanga kupanga tawakukaa. That is why no sooner had they formed a coalition than they started fighting. Do you remember? No sooner ati wakafanya what kind of gentleman what agreements unakumbuka ile Kibaki alisema hawakuandikiana. It was a gentleman agreement. That is why no sooner had they joined together than they started fighting. But Azimio was different. Azimio, they sat and planned and agreed with their inmate. Wakaita Kalonzo akakataa. They called him and promised him whatever they were going to give him. Azimio even had cabinet secretaries, the ones who were going to be this, to be that. For them to decide now we have an Azimio. That was a different case. Now, the same thing will happen to these people, according to me. Kalonzo, Matiang'i, and Omtatas. Watakataa kabisa to the last minute. They will not join hands. Now, Matiang'i, I don't know who Matiang'i's running mate will be. Unless he goes for Mother Karua. And I don't think Mother Karua want to play that. Maybe she may. I don't know who Omtata's running mate will be. Maybe Omtata will go for Morara. I don't know. Now, I don't know who Kalonzo's running mate will be. Maybe Kalonzo will go for Wamalwa as running mate. Lakini unaona Mount Kenya pia ni kama Ngoha. Unajua Ngoha, how do you call Ngoha in Kiswahili or in English? Kupe.
Tick.
Yes, Mount Kenya is like is kupe kwa sababu everybody wants the mountains vote. And the mountain will be there saying, you give us this Oreos, unaona? Yani hata kama wasemi, hata wenye wanasimama president, wanajua tu lazima wakuwe wamekuwa clear kwamba nini wanapea mlima. Juu mlima, wacha ni right now, if Mlima decides to come out as the real Mlima Kumira, Mlima is a threat that will disorganize anybody's voting block. And that is where Ruto is there going to beg, has the audacity to go to Gatundu. Na walisema watakonjewa huko na wakiwa na kulia. That is, in fact, that is very mannerless. And somebody is commenting in the comment section, mbona Uhuru hakuachilia Doi? Uhuru hapo let down. I'm telling you guys, those who are listening, I feel let down. I feel betrayed by Uhuru. I feel very betrayed.
Okay, Julia Peter Mbuthia, kuna Ken Ngigi anasema coalition ya 202, it was based on, it was informed by 1992 and 1997 elections. I think when they analyzed elections wakaona hapa, if the opposition was together they could have won. So you think that was indicating. So, but I mean, ile swali nilikuwa nikiuliza ni were there experts who were involved in bringing the coalition together?
No, it was an afterthought. And after like the way he's saying, watu waliona, unaona 1992 look at 1992 Moi led, beat them. And Matiba was number 2, Kibaki was number 3. Which means if Matiba and Kibaki did not share the votes, si wangeshinda Moi. Same with 1997, Kibaki still vied and Jaramogi vied. Suppose they had joined together, one of them would have won. Okay, so which means he's right, but they didn't sit down to organize any alliance. They didn't have an alliance. It was an afterthought. And Raila went one day to a political arena and said, Kibaki tosha. And it was such an, it was welcomed by Kenyans like a breathe in, breathe out, a relief, a sign of relief. So even now, okay, maybe, let me tell you something. Things happen. Maybe we shall have a Nokia Umtata moment. Tosha moment. Coming from who? Coming from the others. Matiang'i, Kalonzo, and Gachagua. That will heal Kenya. The only thing I don't know, who will be his running mate? Let me ask you, Njiru, who would be Omtata's running mate? Or ask the people in the comment section what they think. Okay, the people in the comment section, I want to ask you a question, those who are commenting, because you're part of the debate. Peter Mbuthia, Kanudhu, I Just Work Here Mom, Ken Gigi, Chief Jegus, whom do you think would be Omtata's running mate? Yes, Njiri, what do you think? Yes, they respond to us.
Okiya Omtata running mate, I think he will go to Martha Karua.
Yes, me too.
I think that is the direction he will want to go.
Mm.
The only problem is that that direction, and unajua hawa ni wale watu lazima tuwapee uhai. Ni sisi sasa, hawa si wale watu ati ambao wakusema ati waende wajiombee kura. Hawa ni watu ambao sisi wenyewe tutasema these are good people and we side with them.
We die with them.
Ndio vile kitu sasa tuseme hawa tu ni raia wanajitolea muhanga, we die with them. But Julia, as you speak about Okiya Omtata na Martha Karua and any person who can join that team, nataka kukuwekea nini Anti-Corruption Commission ya Kenya leo ucheke kidogo. It is in the night na ni vizuri kufurahi. Ama utaki kufurahi, Julia? Julia, do you want to be happy? You're not listening to me. Julia, can you hear me?
I was mute, endelea.
Nakwambia, I want to make you happy. Are you ready to be happy?
Simesema uendelea, Njiru, nilikuwa mute.
Okay.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it is currently investigating the agreement between the Kenyan government and the two subsidiary companies used in the contractual and implementation of the country's new health plan, the Social Health Authority. This is stemming from the numerous queries raised over the use of 104 billion Kenya shillings for the implementation of the system, a figure which stakeholders are accusing the government of swindling taxpayers. And Viz Helen Aura with the context.
2 months into the implementation of the Social Health Authority, and questions have emerged over the expenditure on the new health system. During a recent interview with NTV, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua blatantly accused the Kenya Kwanza government of overpricing the digital health system at a cost of 104 billion Kenya shillings. Further, he questioned the involvement of the Adani Group. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it has trained its eyes on the matter.
I do not have the details as of now about the involvement of Adani in the SHA and SHIF, and so I cannot comment, but our team is working on finding out the truth about that. So I can't say that Adani is still around and they're still doing this and still doing that, because we don't have that information as of now. But we are doing our investigation so that when that comes out, we can then let you know where.
Julia, and Judy, that is a bishop. Kidogo, itaendelea. I want you put whoever is speaking is a bishop. Is a retired bishop. Mark, the speaker, huyo mtu anaongea is a bishop.
Shut the heck up.
According to Gachagua, the 104 billion Kenya shillings used to set up the digital health system would end up costing the taxpayer an arm and a leg while benefiting certain individuals. Gachagua says cabinet was bypassed with the whole decision-making process as it only went through a private consortium.
104 billion shillings, Karanja. It's not 104 shillings. It's serious money. And experts have told me that it was possible to improve the existing system.
And as the country observed the International Anti-Corruption Day, the role of the youth in the fight against graft was acknowledged.
The Gen Z protesters called out corruption as a critical challenge, and the governing institutions must answer that call from the Kenyan people.
President William Ruto has also been put to task over his anti-graft remarks, promising Kenyans change, but there is still a stark contrast.
I will be proposing amendments to the Evidence Act and the Criminal Procedure Code, among other necessary legislative amendments to all statutes relating to corruption.
The youth say they not only want to be a checkbox in the conversation, but want pertinent issues addressed.
It is true that we have corrupt leaders in this country. And some of them are here. We see you in your good suits, in your nice dresses, in your smiles, in your big cars. We see you. But we are saying that 2027, we shall have a date with you.
EACC says the issues of fake certificates is one of their major headaches. The fight against corruption is a collective responsibility, and the youth are at the heart of driving change. The youth have also been urged to embrace patriotism and to shun to be taken advantage of by political leaders. Helen Aura.
Julia, react to Bishop talking about corruption.
Yes, that bishop is wasting our time. I mean, at least he doesn't know what is the wrong with these people. Akwende huko. Unajua, everybody now is supposed to be working, even Lenaula. Have you seen some change of behavior of Kenyans, Njiru? Even those who betrayed us. Wacha nikwambie, it's called the signs of times.
Yes.
It is signs of times, eh? What does those signs of times tell you? Vitu vichenjanga. Na kitumbua kimeingia mchanga. It is that thing called playing safe. Are you seeing how the bishops are playing? The clergy. At suddenly mpaka wamekataa pesa. Hey! Since when, ole who? Huyu ole wa ACK anaitwanga nani?
What? Oresapit. Oresapit.
Oresapit is one who was very fast to pray in Bomas after the election. Unakumbuka?
Yeah,
what about Teresia?
Na akasimamia certificate ikipeanwa. As a witness, eh?
Teresia was crying wolf. Na Teresia was the one praying for Rachel. Ni pastor wa Rachel Ruto. It is called change of times. People can feel it in the spirit that things are changing. And to prove to that things are changing, Ruto leo akapeleka hiyo mugi yake Gatundu. Asituletee hata achukue Uhuru ampatie kiti. We don't care. Let him hire Uhuru for interior cabinet secretary. If he thinks he'll win our hearts. Even somebody is commenting in the comment section, even if he hires the late president's family in his government, we don't care. So nani wa anti-corruption akwende huko, pretenders, hypocrites. There's nothing there. There's nothing he's doing. He's just trying to play with us.
So, Julia, if that is the ungenuineness in fighting the corruption, because number one, he is denying the obvious. Ati maneno ya SHA ajui. That is like denying the obvious. How should we trust him in anything else which he is doing? Because sometimes unajua saa zingine unajua ukitaka kujua mtu ni credible unaangalianga what are they doing on simple things. So Mr. Bishop is denying the obvious. How do we trust him on other issues? Maybe you can comment on that as nikikutafutia Murkomen. I want you also to comment something about Murkomen. Sorry, Julia, you can comment about huyu bishop atatusaidia na nini moving forward now that yeye ndiye mkubwa EACC, and I think it seems to be like siding. Hiyo report inasema ati he is trying to investigate the government, but I don't think he has any interest to investigate the government. Maybe you can help me understand. Sasa EACC yetu tutaifanyia nini? What do we need to do as citizens? Because it seems as if Anti-Corruption Commission since Kibaki alituletea yenyewe ni kama Julia, can you give me the history of EACC? Kuna kitu wameifanya ama tu ni taxpayers tu tunatupa tu? Nini watu, are we getting value for money na EACC? So Julia, you can comment about that. Nataka kukuletea Murkomen as I look for him. Yeah, guys, so mnasikia how nini Anti-Corruption Commission yetu the way it is behaving. The reason why nataka kuwaletea Murkomen ni nimesikia news si mzuri sana. Nimesikia news si mzuri sana about our hosting of East African our hosting of FIFA. There is issues. Kuna uwezekano ya kwamba hiyo our hosting right zinaweza enda despite all our investment. Kuna uwezekano ya kwamba hiyo hosting rights inaweza kwenda. So nilikuwa nataka kuwatafutia Kipchumba. I don't know. I think there was some. I don't know if it was in Eldoret or where, but I wanted kuwaonesha. I think nasikia Murkomen alikuwa anaongea and I'm looking it from. I had seen it, but yeah, hii ni kubwa sana. I wanted something shorter, so but anyway, mulisikia Murkomen jana alikuwa he was heckled. He was heckled. Once I get it nitaambia, he was heckled kwa stadium, ile stadium ambayo walipeana. Sijui nyinyi watu kama mumesikia ati prize money was 11,000 na 13,000 na 15,000 na hawa watu wengine wote hawakupewa chochote, na kulikuwa na chopa zaidi ya 20. Inawezekanaje chopa 20? Chopa 20 zinatumika. I don't know which media has but nitaitafuta. So Julia, can you hear me? Julia ni kama amepotea na ni sawa, haina shida. Nitawatafutia Murkomen alafu akuja. So ndio nilikuwa nikitaka kuambia sasa. I thought that people in Eldoret they don't get heckled. Nyinyi wapendwa, simuniambie, kwani siku hizi hata serikali inakuwa hosted kwa home ground, inakuwa heckled kwa home ground. I thought that serikali iwezi kuwa heckled kwa home ground. Huko au watu walikuwa na heko, walikuwa wamebebwa. Hao watu walikuwa wamebebwa ama okay. We can show. Yeah, mambo ndiyo hayo. So mumeona Murkomen jana amepigiwa nduru sana, so inakaa pia serikali kila pahali tu ni utelezi tu wako nayo. So things have not been working very well for them. Inakaa pia raia huko Eldoret.
Jiro nilikuwa off. Murkomen alishautiwa hata nani they walked out of Kindiki somewhere in Rift Valley. Uliona hiyo story?
Yeah, hiyo niliona pia, nikipata nitacheza. So that's why I wanted to react to you. Kwani serikali pia inafukuzwa nyumbani? I thought Eldoret ni nyumbani.
Let me tell you, you were asked me earlier about Kalonzo's and Gachagwa's. How do you wataharibu Kenya? They should just purpose to help Kenya, and they support these revolutionary candidates. Hata wakari watapigia watu, nakwambia. If they all decide that we want Anokia Mtata presidency, even Kalejins will vote for him because the man has stood out. The man stands out as a person who is fighting for Kenya. And he doesn't have controversies. Hakuna controversies around him. Ati alifanya hii. At least hajafanya kazi na serikali yote. Hatuwezi kamshuku kutuambia kusema alituiba alifanya nini. So I believe Kenyans, irrespective of tribal affiliations, can trust Okia Mtata. We just need the selfishness of these other politicians iwekwe kando. Lakini ubaya, saizi ndio akina Kalonzo wataona watakuwa rais with press conferences. That's the sad thing. Supported by his brothers who think that now we can do a Gema thing. Gikuyu, Akamba, Ameru, Akamba. Gikuyu, asijui, Gikuyu, what does Gema mean? Embu, Meru, Akamba. While it is not a bad thing, but I think it is high time even the Gema realizes that the needs of the countries are more important than tribal balkanization. That is what I think. And that when we have the right person, mwenye si amechagua kwa sababu ya kabila, then the whole Kenya will benefit, including themselves.
Peter Mbuthia seems to be very stubborn with a comment here. Now that I think Peter Mbuthia ni kama anataka kukuunga mkono kidogo. Can you read about Peter Mbuthia hapo? Comment.
That only cartels and thieves are afraid of Matiang'i. Change is coming. Yeah, Matiang'i is a change maker, is a mover. Anaweza toboa. Anaweza funga kila mtu na anyonge wengine. He's a daredevil. Haogopi. You do what you are asked. I told him Matiang'i is a Michuki kind of a politician.
So you agree with Mbuthia?
Yes, I agree with him 100%.
So, Bwana Mbuthia, can you tell me about human rights issues which are encircling him? Hiyo ataosha aje human right, hata kama unajua hakuna mtu ananga shida yake human right issues na uto tuskado tudogo anakuanga akisemekana. Kuna unasikianga sijui kukisemekana sijui ako na shamba wapi. So can you help me understand how you will navigate those two scandals? Ama tuseme tu hakuna mtu ana scandal, labda tuseme wacha tutumie huyu kwanza kuondoa hiyo uchafu iko kwa barabara. Is that the thinking or there is an alternative thinking? Ama tunasema his strength is bigger than the weakness. According to you, unaona strength yake ni kubwa sana kuliko this small weakness which we are seeing here. So maybe if I ask you, Julia, did Matiang'i comment about Ayala killing? The Liver Ayala?
I don't even know when Liver Ayala killing happened. Can we find out? Ama anaweka wangu watu hiyo. Unajua watu tu wanapenda.
Yeah, that's why I want to ask. Now that sababu
people just like castigating somebody. Unaona, wacha nikwambie. What do people say about? People even say that Matiang'i grabbed land. Was he prosecuted? That is okay. Those of you who are here in the comment section saying that Matiang'i grabbed land, was he prosecuted? Mwenye anajua alikuwa prosecuted, tuambie, we look it up. Because I don't remember Matiang'i being prosecuted for any criminal. Hata juzi vile walikuwa na mharas na Ruto. Unajua hakusema walikuwa namfuatia. Do you remember when they were harassing him?
We remember ile wakati waliattack nyumba yake. Yes.
They didn't say why they were harassing him and why were they were invading his house.
No, they did not say. So like they were, I think they were just trying to look for him because that they were saying voices were saying that because he was an interior kuna ujumbe alikuanga nao. Anaweza kuwa kuna information ako nayo ambayo inaweza saidia serikali katika mauchunguzi yao.
He was never sued. So me I just think watu wanachukia Matiang'i juu he's a performer.
So Julia, there is somebody I just work here, mama anakuuliza Julia, why so much conviction on Matiang'i? Yani anasema yeye akona curiosity, anataka umuelezee nini na kusukuma huko kwa Matiang'i.
Okay.
I don't know if mom thinks like maybe Matiang'i is your relative. Yani anaona ni kama unasukuma bro. Are you pushing a brother?
He explained to people who don't know Matiang'i is because they have not been keen on Kenyan history and they have been absent from Kenya political arena, especially the diaspora. Now, me, I think I count myself as someone who's been very much in touch with what happens in Kenya. I can trace Matiang'i from the time he became cabinet secretary, especially when he was in charge of IT and information technology and something, communication information technology. Mimi nakumbuka Wakenya wakikataa kuhama from analog. Na NTV, Citizen, KBC wakasema hata hao hahami. Matiang'i akasema nimewapatia mpaka siku fulani na mtafungiwa TV. Let me tell you Njiru, Kenyans woke on one morning and all the TVs were off. I'm telling you. That morning, every Kenya went to buy something that was called Go TV. Wakahama. Haya, twende. Then I don't know Matiang'i was put in which ministry, but one that I can remember clearly was the Ministry of Education. Now, 2015, mimi ni mwalimu, kwa hivyo nafuata maneno ya masomo sana. 2015, I saw on Kenyan newspaper that KCSE Mathematics Paper 1 had been leaked. And I came to learn from some teachers, it was that paper that Citizen was showing on TV, ndio ilionekana kwa mtihani the next day, talking about 2015. Then Matiang'i was made Minister for Education, Cabinet Secretary for Education. Uhuru akakasirika sana, akahamisha, akaweka Matiang'i. That was the climax of exam cheating in Kenya. Uhuru akakasirika sana, akaweka Matiang'i. Matiang'i akaambiwa Kenya, this is the last year that you ever steal exams. Wanafunzi wa Kenya wakangojea, wakasema hiyo ni hearsay. Matiang'i, you are just talking. You talk. Matiang'i alifanya nini? I think around January or somewhere, 2016, he fired the next boss. He fired the next boss and very many people who are working in NEC. Step number 1. The next thing, to prepare for KCSE 2016, Matiang'i ordered containers. Unaona hizi containers za chuma zenye watu wanafungianga vitu So you know containers Njiru. Ordered containers. Okay, previously the exams used to be stored by the police. So the police could kufungua makaratasi na wanafungua makaratasi Njiru, wanapiga picha, wanaanza kuuza hiyo makaratasi, the exam. The test could be stored in the police station and the police could leak. In fact, the test could leak from NEC and from the police station. And then the test could leak, could reach the teachers, and then the teachers could teach the test the previous night. So wanafunzi walikuwa wanafundishwa hiyo test, asubuhi kuja washafanya hiyo mtihani, ni kurudia tu, wako na answers. So Matiang'i knew NEC watu wa NEC wenye wanatengeneza mtihani wana leak exam. Akajua police ndio wana leak exam. Na akajua walimu wakipata hiyo leak wanafundisha hiyo exam. Matiang'i did three things. First, he fired NEC people and all those who were incriminated. Secondly, he fired the police from holding the exams. The exams were locked in a container. Na hiyo kulikuwa tunafungua mbili ama tatu. And now the only key that was found in Njiru was with the district education officer, the county education officer. Na hiyo key ingepotea, ingeletwa ingine from Nairobi, from NEC. And that container was not opened by anybody else apart from that county education officer. Now, that container was guarded day and night. Kama, I don't know what is guarded day and night. Kama weapons or something. Day and night, that container was kusinyeshe, it was guarded. Then what Matiang'i did? Matiang'i kicked out all teachers from the schools during exams. That is why schools right now in Kenya close 1 month earlier. Mitihani ya KCSE ikianza, watoto wote wanaenda nyumbani. Walimu wanaenda nyumbani. The next thing, Matiang'i declared that the exam supervisors were the school principals. Why? The school principals were the ones involved in the cheating. They're the ones buying exams. Na wakaambiwa, mtihani ikiibwa kwa shule yako, uhame Kenya kwa sababu utalala njera. You'll not only lose your job, but you'll be in jail. Ebu niambie, use a thief to catch a thief. Njiru niambie ulize, ukiambia uhame kwako, juu ya shule yako, utahama kwako na utasema watoto waanguke. Utasema watoto waanguke si wako, hawataanguka kwako. So school principals changed. The teachers were at home. He brought in invigilators who are also teachers, but he said teachers from other schools. The exam is student in that school, atawe uhame Kenya. So the supervisors of the exams were the school principals of that school. And the teachers, everybody was held accountable. Now, the test also had some, these like SIM cards. Ukifungua mtihani ya Kerogoya Boys, it send a notification to NEC that mtihani ya Kerogoya Boys imefunguliwa. So in the tracking devices, Matiang'i put tracking devices on the exam and the scripts. So once the scripts were open, notification could be sent to NEC to notify NEC that mtihani ya Kerogoya Boys imefunguliwa na imefunguliwa Kakamega. Unaona? Ama imefunguliwa usiku. Kwa nini mtihani ya Kerogoya Boys imefunguliwa usiku? So if you opened your test before 8, you are answerable. The police could just land in your station and arrest you. So, Njiru nakwambia 2016, I don't know, there were less than 10 A's in Kenya. 2016. Nakumbuka the previous years, Kakamega High School had 250 A's, A-plane. 2015, Kakamega High School had 250 A's. The next year, I think there were less than 10 A's in the whole country. And in 2016, all the candidates who scored C+ were admitted in the public university under government sponsorship because there were not even enough number to provide what the government was looking for. That was Matiang'i in education. So somebody asking me why Matiang'i, I'm still giving you the reasons. Anasema anaambiwa kusema na kusenda.
Okay, can you read Mau as you present?
Matiang'i went to the I think he could be prosecuted.
Mau is a bit negative on Matiang'i. Ndio nilikuwa nikitaka try to tell me maybe try to tell Mau why is it that some of these big scandals in the government.
Okay. Well, I'm still asking. Right now, Matiang'i is not in the government. Why is he not being prosecuted? Even I'm also asking these people, Mau.
Ama maybe Julia, ama maybe pengine hizi scandals zilifanywa na big fish who he was unable to mention at the time. Can we say that?
Matiang'i will not be prosecuted. Juu saa hizi serikali ya Ruto ingekuwa imemfuata ama wangelijua kuna makosa. ingelikuwa imemfuata kama alijua. Kwa nini hawajamfuata? That tells you they have no evidence against him. Matiang'i went, you people, you remember how many terrorist attacks we had in Kenya? It was under the reign of the Matiang'i that these terrorist attacks stopped. Huyu jamaa alikazia hao materrorist kabisa. So kama mtu ana perform, kama mwenye comment section, muniambia, give me the name of another cabinet secretary that performed more than Matiang'i. The only one that is comparable to him is Mishuki. Hakuna mwingine. Mtu anipatia jina moja tu ya mtu mmoja tu anajua mwenye alikuwa na results kama Matiang'i. Me, the only other person I know I have an idea of is Michuki. Sina mwingine. So, the guy is a performer. And I think he has, so far, among those vying for presidency, he has the least scandals, if they are. And those scandals cannot be directly attributed to him. They can be attributed to the government in which he was working for. If we want to say that he was answerable, yes, because he was working under that government, and he even held those portfolios, yes, we cannot say he's clean because he worked in those portfolios, but still, the guy is a performer. In fact, I think Matiang'i may perform better. I don't know about Omtata. Omtata is above board, but implementing policies, I'm sure Matiang'i would be more. I don't want to say I'm sure, but I'm thinking that Matiang'i may be more effective in implementing reform policies than Omtata. But I won't say bad. I shouldn't compare. It should be unfair. It would be unfair for me to compare with Omtata because Omtata has never worked as a cabinet secretary. So let me not say Omtata than other people that have worked in the government. So I guess I have defended Matiang'i enough. So Njiru, unataka kuendelea nasho, unataka kuondoka nikalale? Njiru, are you there? I'm leaving.
Yes, Julia? Merudi? Julia?
I'm wondering, ni mimi nilikuwa nimepotea, Manuel alikuwa umepotea, ni mimi?
Oh, nilikuwa nimekuandikia message. Hapana, ni mimi nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo. You didn't see the message.
No, I didn't see the message. I thought mine was stuck.
No, but I'm okay.
Sawa, I'm leaving. So if you wanna end the show, you can wind up. You wanna wind up?
No, I will still be here for a while. Kama kuna mtu atataka tu kuingia tu ni ataingia tu, haina shida. So nitaisukuma tu kidogo, just there's no problem. So maybe unaweza peana tu wazo lako la mwisho and I'll be here. So in case kuna mtu atataka kuingia ataingia. Kama hakutakuwa naye, pia mimi nitapeana wazo langu la mwisho as I continue. So Julia, you can conclude if you wish you want to conclude.
My winding up remarks is that first, I'm very disappointed to see Ruto in Gatondo after they said that they are going to go there and pee. Kuria, his team, Kuria and the others disrespected Uhuru and his family so much. wakaimba kondo wao. They even harassed his son. I mean, I don't know how people can forgive. Then I think Uhuru has a big heart, because I'm not sure mimi naweza fika. I don't know. It is bad to say that, but it is me. I'm not sure naweza fika hapo. Now, and I feel let down by Uhuru. He should not dine with the same devil that has killed our children under all circumstances. Under whatever circumstances, Njiru. The only thing I can reason to is Ruto is resigning to. I resign, ambia Uhuru shikilia nchi, mimi nimeenda nikiendanga. Lakini ile anamkaribisha nyumbani kwake Gatundu, I'm very disappointed. Anybody who has Uhuru's number or anything, I'm very, very disappointed. Na nimeona Kenya in the social media Kenyans are very disappointed. Sijui kama umeona space Njiru, watu wako wamekasirika sana.
Yeah, frustrations are everywhere. I can say 78% of Kenyans are not happy of the happenings of today.
And yeah, people are mad that Uhuru opened his gates to Ruto. Under no circumstances, he should not have done that. So, and me, I want to say, if Uhuru wants to give his people the Mutahi Kagwes, hata mwenyewe ajipeane huko ni sawa tu. We are not going to follow him. Period. Now, about our future leadership, personally, I'm an Okia Mutata person, because I believe he's the man stands above board. Matiang'i is a good, effective worker. I won't say that he's clean, but neither can I point fingers at him, because I have no evidence concerning the accusations leveled against him. And I believe Matiang'i is a worker and he can produce results. Now the status quo people, akina Kalonzo na akina Gachagua, hao ndio watatuharibia kura. May the Lord touch them and they create an Okia Mutata movement. Asanteni sana wa Kenya. Thank you so much, Njiru. Thank you those who are watching. Thank you those who are in the comment section. See you here, same place. Asanteni.
Okay. Thank you, Julia, for being part of us. We don't take it for granted. Yeah, pia nyinyi wapendwa ambao mnatusikiliza hapa, we really take whatever is happening in our nation with a lot of kindness and humility. So Julia, maybe as you go, maybe I just wanted to ask you a very, very small question. I know you have concluded, but allow me ask you this question because it adds weight to you. Maybe ni vile nimekumbuka. You remember the ambassador for the US resigned. Huyu mama ambaye amekuwa akitusumbua sana, right? Julia, can you hear me?
Najua sitaki kwenda, nimeshaaga wa Kenya.
No, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza tu nika yes or no. Do you think Kenyan issues are better now that Madam Ambassador resigned, or maybe she went?
No. She can stay, she can go. Nope, we don't need her.
Okay, ni sawa. Yeah, that's all I wanted to ask you. So Julia, kuwa na usiku mwema. I know you might be wanting to go and cook something, ama maybe kukula kitu. Go and enjoy. Rachel Kibaya, you can join the studio if you want. I determined kwa ile channel ingine ile tunaendanga ya Shiro in Oakland, wewe ni psychologist. We just discovered that we have very good psychologists hapa ambao wanaweza saidia raia sana. So wacha nisome comments za watu kidogo before nibadilishe gear to my topic now. It looks Kenya is gone. That was my discussion today. Inakaa sasa lazima tuanzie kukua na vuguvugu la raia. I hope you people I'm audible enough. Mimi kwa muonekano wangu naona lazima sasa we have to have a people ignited vision or drive, whereby we will have to identify a candidate Then after identifying a candidate, we see how we are going to push that candidate. Just as our discussion, ama vile discussion yetu ilikuwa inasema, tumeona tuko na group tatu. Tuko na group ya status quo. Status quo ni hawa watu wa kawaida. Hawa watu ambao wanaweza taka kudine na Ruto ikipatikana. Kuna status quo. Then kuna hii group ingine ya mapinduzi. Okiya Omtatah, sijui Martha Karua, sijui ni status quo ama ni mtu wa mapinduzi. Hebu muniwekee hapo. Mnaweza weka Martha Karua kwa group ya kina Okiya Omtatah ama Martha Karua no hii group ingine ya kina Kalonzo and the rest. Let me hear about to you about that. So I just work here, mama anasema with what IBC Njiro, he will rig it. That won't work, bro. So you are talking about Okiya Omtatah? No, you know the issue of election rigging ni kitu ingine tutakuja kuongea, sababu Karua wako na akina Kalonzo na Uhuru, okay? So kwa hivyo basi kama Karua kwa hiyo pande hiyo ni status quo. 2027 presidential election will not be challenged. It will be a clear victory. No Supreme Court cases for once. Let's go to work and end this cycle. So Peter Mbuthia, can you give me your lineup? Rais na deputy, alafu tuwachangamkia. Election, even supporting one candidate. So we will have to agree at the end of the day, Wakenya lazima we have to agree at the end of the day, sio urafiki hapa. Tunataka mtu ambaye anafanya kazi. We want somebody who is working for our nation. So guys, we can't continue in this trajectory ya watu ambao wafanyangi chochote. So I agree with all the people, some of them who are saying, so IBC, I don't know hiyo tutatoa wapi. I know even if IBC is going to be reconstituted, Mr. Ruto is going to put his puppets hapo. So be assured that Ruto anaenda kuweka puppets wake hapo. So let's be categorical about that. So Alex, sijui bado kama uko online, wacha niweke link hapa. Kama unataka kuingia uingie. Sijui Alex kama uko on, you can enter. Kipril ama uko usingizi. I know Kipril anaweza kuwa usingizi. Nataja tu wale watu ambao wanakujanga hapa kutuongezea kidogo. So Darren, so hizo ndizo zile comment kidogo nilikuwa nataka kusema. So nyinyi watu, hebu nataka kuwauliza swali pia, sababu mimi ni jambo ambalo na resilient ya ucomment. Kwani ulienda usingizi ama unapika mapochopocho? Utugawie. So resilient, we need to see you. Resilient, she's among one of the people anatujazianga hapa. Ama tumeanzia kukubo. Anyway, I hope we are sending the message. So you people, can you help me to understand? Okay. Okay, Rachel ameingia. Before nikaribishe Rachel, na karibu sana, our psychologist. Rachel, unajua Rachel, when the psychologist, sasa you will be doing some mind therapy to us. Nataka kuwauliza swali. Can you people explain to me what is a free and fair election? Sababu ni kitu nasikianga ikisemekana. Unasikia hata wale wanaiba uchaguzi, unasikia wakisema the one free and fair election. Rachel, can you begin by explaining to me what is that thing which people call free and fair election? What is that?
Jiro, you should know my stand by now.
No, why are you laughing? No, I need an explanation. Like
because that question is so ironical. You should know my stand by now about elections, okay? I can only say a free fair election is the one that you go to. Was it Bomas? And that guy stand there. What's his name? And you're watching all the Kenyans all over the world to watch it. And Ruto is declared Chebukati, and Ruto is declared the president. Okay? It's I don't believe in any system. I spent a lot of hours, a lot of days, a lot of my time And that's what I'm saying. You should know don't ask me that question. You know where I stand. Probably someone else can answer that.
Of course, I understand, but these are some of the theoretical things we talk about, but they are unexplainable. Like when somebody is saying that we need a free and fair election, what is he asking for?
They give you what they want. That's the free fair election, okay? They give you what they want. And you should know by now, because I told you before, thank you for calling me a psychologist. I told you before, Raila is equals to Uhuru, and Uhuru is equals to, no, Raila is equals to Uhuru. How do I want to put it? Uhuru is equals to Raila, Raila is equals to Ruto, and now Ruto is back to Uhuru. But because Raila was in Uhuru's government, okay, and now Raila was even today, when they shook hands with Uhuru, before Ruto went to Batondo, you should know that if Raila you should have actually read. This is the difference between me and you. You should read the movement, okay? They're just putting those, what do you call the chess? They're just putting them where they want them to belong. All these events that have happened, they make us worked up. Then we go back to our own cocoon. But those people have already taken their positions. All what they're doing is activating each one of them at a particular time. Okay, so I told you I used to contribute to some channels, but what I realized, Njero, I realized even the person I was contributing, because I was like, wait, okay, I've learned through the system here. I was like, you're having a lot of inside info, okay? The person I was contributing, okay? We started from the scratch them days, right? So when I started saying people are projects, I know what I'm talking about. When I started saying Raila is to Uhuru, is to Ruto, and now we are back, I said this long ago. And these people are up there. So as we just left we're just being left short to the happenings. But now the temperatures have gone down. They know how the demonstrations happen. People were mad and stuff like that. But now, even when Gachagua was derailed, people are upset and they waited. They know it's psychology. Thank you for mentioning psychology today. It's people, like all these things, they also use people's psychology. Okay, if right now I make you mad, if I come to you right now, if you're physically here, I make you mad, and I stay here, the likelihood of you harming me, if you're really mad, is very high. Okay, but if I run away and come back tomorrow, if you're really mad, or after 2 days, and I come with a very good explanation, your marakara itakuwa chini. They know, and they are playing with people's mind. Now we had demonstration, we had derailment of Gachagua, we had all these shenanigans that have been going on, Martin Wajanet, and then they gave Gachagua massive media. I told you guys, those 2 hours, I think I was told by someone I didn't watch the whole thing. I wasn't interested because I knew he's gone, he's done. The time that Martin Wajana did that, he was really done. So when when then they gave him that interview, actually Gachagua right now, he better even go and do his own business and stop wasting his time. I don't see him anywhere. First of all, nobody gonna compensate him of that time that he's using to campaign. He's not, I don't like, okay, when someone is impeached, can they be able to register an organization?
When
Not
somebody
an
is impeached,
organization, a party,
so
which
when
is like
somebody
an organization.
when somebody is impeached, can he do what?
Okay, the system was borrowed from here. So I'm just using the knowledge that I have. Okay, so right now he's under punishment. He cannot hold a political party and he cannot be chosen. He cannot come in the government until 10 years. And that time, Ruto will be done. And I'm here, sorry if I say that and I disappoint anybody. Up to today, actually, you should be giving a leeway, no matter how we wanted Ruto to go, you should know where the direction we are headed. You know why Uhuru came out? I told you, if you want to know what Uhuru or the previous government is thinking, listen to Sabina Chege. I don't know if I went too far in the weeds, so, away from the question you asked. Let me finish this. If you want to know how the previous government is, or the next step for them, listen to Sabina Chege. If you want to know what Ruto is thinking,
did Sabina Chege talk this week?
She has been talking in patches. I think she has spoken 3 times.
Okay, let me try to find out. The only speech niliona ya Sabina Chege nilo wakati Sabina Chege alisema wabunge wanaenda nyumbani na waruhusiwe kuongea waruhusiwe, raia wasikue na shida sana na wao sababu wanaleta maendeleo, so tuwakaribishe ili wafanye maendeleo. That is the statement which I heard from Sabina Chege, lakini sikusikia Sabina Chege akijaribu kusema story nyingine. Maybe unaweza niambia zile vitu Sabina Chege alisema ambazo zinaweza kuwa zinatuindiketia matukio ya leo.
Okay. Out of 3 events that she spoke, 2 were most important. The first one, alikuja kuambia Central Kenya, we need to be, because right now I see they have mixed Nairobi as part of Mount Kenya. That's why you see Ruto has no say in Nairobi. He's really being heckled at Hashughuliki. So Sabina Chege, when things went south, she came out and said, when Kidiki was sworn in, she came out and said, we need to support the government. This is what she said. She didn't even mention Kidiki. She said we need to support the government, otherwise we'll be put on opposition. And wait, right now I just got another puzzle. Yes, we are all in opposition. Do you know who is in opposition right now?
Who is it?
Kalonzo.
Okay.
So they're using Kalonzo, and now Kalonzo is, see what America, what do you call it? They have brought, or they have
posing kumuleta, like putting him as a position.
They are Kamba.
It's like Akamba wakogema sahi. Aembu, Wakikuyu na Wameru waliongezea Wameru, Wakamba hii mwaka.
They have been there, but they had not signed the paperwork for it. Like, they have been there, verbally, but they have never been officially being incorporated. But what I'm saying is, if you listen to Kalonzo, and that's why you see Uhuru was in Kalonzo's wedding. And then I think it was yesterday or today, he came and started talking about, actually he said being in opposition, and then he started talking about corruption. So we are still kicking corruption down the road, It's not, I wish we even dealt with corruption. We can deal with tribalism later. But this is something that they have kicked down the road. It's not happening anytime soon. And corruption is very bad when people know they are not being held accountable. But that's not what I wanted to say. I said Kalonzo has declared himself as an official opposition to this government. Because now Raila is in the government, Uhuru is in the government. Mount Kenya is in opposition. Now through who? Through the Akamba, through Kalonzo. So Sabina Chega said, we need to cheer the government, otherwise we'll be put, she said when Kidiki was sworn in, otherwise we'll be put in opposition.
Nauliza, kwani kukua kwa upinzani ni jambo mbaya? Ni swali nauliza tu. Hata Dario anauliza, Dario Conversation. Mtu kukua kwa upinzani ni jambo mbaya?
Okay, it's better to be in the government. Because when you're in the government, you have more say than when you're in the opposition.
Lakini unalipa kodi. Nafikiria the fact that unalipa kodi, lazima serikali iwachukulie nyote sawa. Sababu munalipa kodi.
That's true, but actually, technically no, and technically yes. It's both ways. You're not gonna see Ruto doing any development in Central. Your representatives will be doing it. You're not gonna see him over there cheering. Actually, right now he doesn't even value Central because he doesn't think there are any much votes that are gonna come out of there. So actually, Sabina was saying something that is true. Now we are officially in opposition. When you're in opposition, you only correct the government. You only correct the government. Did Raila do much for Nyanza? Did the government of Kenya, when we had power all these years, have you ever seen Raila doing much in Nyanza, or the government doing any much in Nyanza?
Let me ask you a question, Rachel. So, what conviction tells people that Mount Kenya is in opposition and they voted for the government? Like, I need somebody to tell me, is there...
Okay, can you say that again?
One minute. I'm asking you 1 minute. Mount Kenya region voted for the government and Gachagua is not in the government. So does it mean that the fact that now Gachagua has become opposition, Mount Kenya region has become opposition?
Actually, that's what I have been saying the last 2
I
minutes.
don't see it being practical because the government was voted from Central Region. So how is Central Region becoming opposition? And
Did you just say that?
Sorry?
Did you just say that?
They voted for the government. So how are they becoming opposition?
But you were removed and you were made to watch. You were removed from the government. It's not Gachagua, it's the whole of Central.
No, but that one is illegal. The government cannot remove Mount Kenya from the government. They are part of the government.
They did. They did, right? Gachagua was voted for, right? He was the official deputy president.
So then, if Mount Kenya got out of the government, why was Kindiki still brought from Mount Kenya region to purport he is a deputy from Mount Kenya region. So I don't understand.
He just a position holder, according to me. He wasn't voted by anybody. He didn't go through the IBC. That job wasn't even advertised. Okay, the court system said now we can, if something happens to Ruto, we cannot have any one day, any one night go without someone there just in case, right? So they declared. So the
let me give you the facts. Let me give you the facts a little bit. From something which we call from first principles. Mount Kenya is in the government, and they cannot be removed from the government unless this government is dissolved. Okay. 1 minute.
I got distracted. Start again.
I'm telling you, Mount Kenya can only get out of this government if this government is dissolved. If this government is dissolved, that is the only way in which they can get out. Ruto can alienate them. You know, somebody alienating you doesn't mean that you are not in the government. Mount Kenya has a lot of stakes in the government, and that is why Mount Kenya will have to reach a level whereby if they discover that the government is alienating them, they will have to withdraw from the government. But in the onset up to now, UDA government or Ruto's government is hell-bent to work with Mount Kenya region, whether he wants or not. He is hell-bent to work with the Mount Kenya region. So I don't think it is practical to say Mount Kenya region is opposition.
Okay, let me correct that. He actually, that the what's gonna happen in the long run is we're gonna have to, like just the way we have been saying. Actually, that handshake with Uhuru, with Ruto going to Uhuru's place, what's gonna happen now? Okay, now you have gotten it from Sabina. Me, I'm just deducing things. Okay, you have gotten it from Sabina. The first thing she said, we need to support the government, otherwise we're gonna be in opposition. Then she said the other
lie.
day.
Okay, 1 minute. That's a lie. That's a Sabina. That's a lie from Sabina. You know that is not
true. I see what you're trying to say, but guess what they are doing right now, or what has happened through the government picking Kidiki. Actually, we have been, what do you call it? Divided. We have been divided, and that's why you hear Sabina now making a spin, because this is like the last speech she did. She said Mount Kenya West need to support Mount Kenya East because Gachagua came from Nyeri, and Mount Kenya East they have been supporting us all this time. That we have been having presidents from Mount Kenya West, and we had Gachagua from Mount Kenya West.
You see,
and this East has been supporting us. Now we need to support. It's a very good spin, and I said that yesterday.
Let me explain to you now, and give me now time. I want to bring you to perspective of this thing. Number one, Sabina Chege cannot factually say that Mount Kenya region is getting out of the government. Gachagua being impeached does not mean that Mount Kenya has gotten out of the government. The only way in which Mount Kenya can get out of the government is through a popular initiative, whereby now majority of the registrations in the, you see, hii kitu inatendeka, unasikia ati MPs wakisema they are trying to force us to work with Ruto, and we don't need to be forced to work with Ruto. Sababu Ruto ndiye anaokota kodi, he has an obligation to bring that taxes to us. Even us, they are forcing us to fanya kazi na our MPs. They cannot force us to fanya kazi na our MPs sababu wako na jurisdiction. Yeye ni mbunge wa Mukurweini, yeye ni mbunge wa Manyata, yeye ni mbunge wa Tetu. He has an obligation kukuja kwa kijiji na afanye kazi without asking us where to work, because ako na hiyo obligation. Kuna mtu anauliza, are you both living in the reality of Ruto regime? Kweni serious. So what I'm saying here is is alienation. Alienation does not mean you are not part of. Alienation ni ile mtu ambayo somebody sidelines you without telling you. But if Mr. Ruto today declared that Mount Kenya region is not part of his government, it will crash today. But he will do alienation without talking. But practically, he will not show it. He will still be pretending that Mount Kenya region is part of us. No, it's part of
Okay,
him.
let me
I
ask
mean,
you. What do you? Okay, let me take that. Let me take that back. That Mount Kenya has been, but all in all practicality, all what happened in Bunge, or all what we were meant to see, is actually like the Kikuyus being taken out of power. But what they gave us Mount Kenya West, is it East, the Kidiki area. But how I look at it now is like, just the way Sabina is saying, is actually that's what Uhuru gonna come and say. Okay, they're gonna come nice, okay, because that's what Sabina was saying, that they need to come and ask people nicely. Okay, so now you see that handshake that happened between Uhuru and Ruto. Now Uhuru, this thing Sabina said of this part of Gachagua supporting Kidiki's part, that's actually how they're gonna come. That's the formula they're gonna use. But whoever is asking if we live in the reality of Kenya, I don't know. This is just politics. If we want to talk about issues, we can talk about issues. I always talk about issues.
Don't worry about that. Unajua watu wa comment wako hapa kutuchangamsha. Hii ni chemsha ubongo. So don't worry about nini. Usisome hizi comments na feelings sana.
No, it's you who made it. And actually, I can't even see it. But I'm just saying, we always talk about issues.
Oh, no, of course, we are talking.
Today, I got very disappointed. Like, okay, I have been disappointed, but when I saw actually Ruto has gone to shake Uhuru's hand, that was so real. That was so real. Anybody who didn't see that, is out of this world. Okay. And these people, they have come all back together, right? So it looks like we're just cheerleaders.
Yeah. So,
but you might be right. The Central Party is not out of the government. But here's the thing: I don't think Ruto can be able to come to Murang'a, Katanga, Kiambu. Nobody even gonna listen to him.
You see, nani, unaona ingekuwa serikali ya kitambo ile ya Moi, I could have accepted that. Because unajua, right now we have devolution, even if it's not a lot of money, even if we are only devolving 15%. So that is why it is impossible for anyone to, in fact, because of devolution, everybody is in the government. Because of devolution, sababu kuna ile share ya pesa unapata. So what
But
happens?
there are other things that happen when the president visits a place. They see when he visits a place, he can, that representative can say, hey, we have this road that is not complete, please do it for us.
But you see,
or
okay,
can say, hey, we have an issue with avocado prices. We have an issue with the payment with the coffee and tea. Right now, those things were being highlighted by Gachagua. It's not going to be part of priority. These people have looked west, and Ruto is more motivated with votes than anything. And that's how the government work. Okay, the voters have the priority. It's just that they don't say it out loud. They are called consumers. When they win the election, that's when they say, oh, I'm going to work with everybody, but that's not true. We saw the fire in California. Trump did nothing for those people because he's not voted by the California is blue.
No, I think maybe I can interject there a little bit. Hata kama tulikuwa tunaongea story ya US. I think in the US hii department ya sijui mnaita ya environment ni kama inakuanga na shida. Sababu hata hao watu wa Hawaii ilikuwa inaitwa Maui, this place where people really died. People are not being helped. Let's forget about that. Inaitwa FEMA. Unakumbuka ati FEMA I'm asking you, I'm telling you this because I want you to have handed this. Ulisikia FEMA kukisemekana kama kuna mtu ambaye anasupport Trump, huyo mtu asisaidiwe kwake hata kama kuko na disaster. Have you heard of
It's just political.
No, wait a little bit. I had to tell you that because it was so serious. I couldn't. And that was the biggest thing, the saddest thing I've ever had. The government.
Oh my God.
Wait a little bit. The government was ready for people to die because they are somebody's supporters. Watch how wabebo na maji.
Huh? And you would think it's a joke.
No. So can you react to that? Because the government said that nyinyi mukienda kwa manyumba na mukute mabana za certain candidates, hao watu muachane nao, hata kama wanabebwa na maji wabebwe.
So you're talking as if it wasn't true. You know what happened when Bush was the president? We had something called Katrina in Louisiana. The dam will break, people's houses, the magic akuja mpaka kwa nini, mpaka grandma. Like that thing happened like in the night. People were on the rooftops. Guess what? Like that time, racism was already pronounced in America. So they sent the planes. They only took the white people and they left the black people there for a whole week. It was very painful to watch. Do you know what else? In Oklahoma, there was a tornado. Okay, there was tornado in Oklahoma, a bad one. Guess what happened? They actually sent catering. They were doing barbecue for people in Oklahoma. Barbecuing. Even Fox News went down there. Why? Because that's a red of the reddest state in America. Oklahoma is why they killed 300 people, 300 black people who started a business there. It was called Black Wall Street. It's red. I'm not telling people America is bad. No, America has come a long way. Kenya gonna come a long way. What's not gonna happen is the people who vote like for someone, those are the ones that are considered their first class. And thank you for agreeing with me, about that, because you usually bring a content.
No, I did not agree with you. Ngoja kidogo. I need to respond on that because that one is the motive. You see, what happens is that every administration has its own foes, but I do not take it with a happy heart when an administration refuses to help people because those people they are of certain orientation of whichever it is. That one is evil, and I don't think. And maybe maybe during Mr. Trump time, the biggest disaster was the one which was, I think, in Puerto Rico. That's the one which I remember, and I think he a little bit helped in the terms of Puerto Rico. Maybe the other disaster was COVID. I don't know how. I have not been able to stand the issue of COVID too much because I think. Where
was the center for COVID?
I have not studied the issue of COVID, how different races were treated during COVID.
No. Where did people die most?
During COVID?
Yeah.
You know, the problem of COVID ratio is that COVID was engulfed by propaganda also. There was also propaganda in it.
But also, okay, New York has a lot of people. That's where a lot of people died of COVID.
Umeambiwa New York. Kuna mtu amekwambia New York. And actually
Yeah,
that
New York.
actually, even hata ilienda na Cuomo. This issue ilienda na Cuomo. Cuomo ilikuja hata akaenda.
Yeah, but guess what? They didn't put enough resources there. They tried, but COVID was another animal. Okay, that
No,
one
there were issues in it was not about money. Ukufuatilia story ya Cuomo. Cuomo vile ilimtendeka. Let me explain to you the issue about Cuomo. Cuomo, I think he mishandled the I think hizi nyumba za wazee. He mishandled the nyumba za wazee. I think there is something he did kwa hizi nyumba za wazee, and actually there was collateral damage. So many people died. So that is a problem. Actually, there is something they did kwa nyumba za wazee, and it contributed to too much debt za watu. The issue of finances was another secondary issue, which was not a very key thing. But the problem was, part of the reason why watu walikufa sana New York was because the vulnerable wazee, because like they were lumping them. I think ni kama walikuwa sijui wanatolewa wanawekwa pahali moja, so there was congestion na vitu zingine. And during that time kulikuwa kumetengenezwa hii kitu ilikuwa inaitwa warp speed. Ilikuwa imeundwa na Trump, ile ambaye hata kulikuwa kumeletwa meli na wanajeshi. Sasa hii meli ambayo ililetwa na wanajeshi, kulikuwa kunasemekana watu wanaweza pelekwa kwa hiyo meli wakuwe treated kwa meli, but huyu jamaa ni kama hakukubali like watu wapelekwa kwa hiyo meli watritiwe as a secondary facility instead of people being congested in hospital. So it was a whole scandal. That's why in New York this thing became uncontrollable. I just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, but okay, let's go back to Kenya. Right now, Uhuru may come to Central with Kalonzo, but you might not see Ruto and Uhuru in Central. Or if they do, they just want to show to make peace. But you're not gonna see Ruto doing a whole lot in Central. Ruto is like, even the way you see the way things are going, don't be surprised. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, I'm not sure. Don't be surprised to see Kidiki being sidelined or removed, or whatever reason they're gonna give. Don't be surprised he's not gonna make it to 2027. You know what I heard Ruto say? He said his votes are gonna come from women. So don't be surprised if he picks Wanga or Waiguru or whoever, those governors.
So tell me how making a woman a deputy president, qualify.
Translating votes.
Do you think Ruto vote will come from women? How? Kwani hao wanawake wateseki? Ni swali nauliza. Are those women not suffering?
You see, if he double take, or if he double trying to bring, Luos right now, they're very excited. They someone is paying attention to them. And they're using money too as an incentive. So if they use money and a lot of money, because for the Luos to fill in the government, they're gonna do, and the Western, all these people that have been ignored for many years, they're gonna use a lot of money. Okay, watawazoesha. They're gonna make them want to see to come to the next one. So and this is like, they say broad-based government too. As they are bringing these people into the government, I don't know why they are not concentrating in Luhyaland and other bigger tribes, but as they do that, if he picks Wanga, and then I know the Kalenjin right now, they are not with him, okay? So I don't know how else, what's the other formula, I don't know if it's Kisi or whoever, I don't know. But if he does that, and you know, Kidiki's place, they're very excited too. And probably a handful of the Kikuyus, he comes back. As I told you, me, I don't believe there's any election. They're just gonna give you a formula that they used. It's gonna be parties. Okay? But I think he's gonna pick a woman as a vice president by the time it's 2027. And he's gonna do it when it's very close so that people can be excited.
Okay, let me ask you a question now, Rachel. Now, based from your own look, umesikia kuna watu wamekuwa wakiongea hapa story ya Matiang'i, vile wanaweza shikana na Kalonzo, tuko na akina Okiya Omtata na tuko na Ruto ipande ingine. Can you give me a winning formula which can defeat Ruto from your look?
You see, when everybody hated Ruto, when everybody felt like the way he pushed out Gachagua was unjustified, sorry. And that's when Matiang'i threw his, was it a flyer that he's gonna run for 2027? It was Matiang'i and who? Was it Didi Nyoro? It was one person from Central. I think it's Didi Nyoro.
Oh, so walikuwa wametoa flyer ya Matiang'i na Didi Nyoro. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it was going around on Facebook. So that time, actually, if Matiang'i declared his candidature, people would have been ready because of the way they felt about after Gen Z. Everybody, you know how people haven't been able to, you know, to swallow the, you know, like to embrace Ruto anymore or this government. Partially it's because of the money that they have stolen and the things that he has done too. If that time, and then he removed Gachagua. If that the time he threw that flyer, he declared his card. You know, even me, I could have said, "Yay, yeah." And if he kept it going, he could, you know, be in places, keep going, and not, you know, all over Kenya. Yeah, I could have said Matiang'i will be the president. But now that he didn't do anything, it was just, I don't know, it was just, you know, they are politicians. They can do that to, I don't know if Ruto knew how things going to unfold. Yeah, that was a time to take another, you know, it's like capitalism, you take an opportunity. So he took that opportunity, and that I actually felt, yeah, come in and we'll embrace you. But after that, if now you ask me, you're going to remind me of Matiang'i, who was there from 2017 to 2022. And he wasn't a good Matiang'i. Matiang'i wasn't even coming out anywhere. He was just underneath, you know, pulling some strings. You know, like Ruto has made people forget everything that happened in Uhuru's presidency. I don't know why people ignore that. A lot of things happened. You know, even though he was following the commands, right now, if you ask me about Matiang'i 2027, I'm remembering everything he did. Now that even Ruto's things are going the way they are going, I want him. Because I cannot imagine people going through that again. He's not any better. I want a fresh face. I even better see Peter Kenneth come in. We need a fresh blood, man.
But now, that fresh blood which we want, where is the starting point? Like, wataanzishia wapi? Because unajua, okay, wengine wanaweza kuwa ni wazuri in our own talk and in our own thinking, but where do they start from? Hawana Jina, they don't have crowd.
People have your name, and he has tried before. Even though I really did a lot of things for him online. So, but I know it's not gonna happen. I just think someone like Matiang'i is another, like he has no problem to do a lot of bad things. That's all. And I'm reminded of everything he did.
Can you respond to that?
I even rather have Kalonzo than, I don't like Kalonzo because he loves like that. He loves, he's never serious. I've never seen Kalonzo as a serious guy. That guy, I don't think he has made any difference from where he comes from. And he came in the government in 1985. He hasn't, I don't think he has done much, just like Akina Ngilu, Akina Mother Karua. I don't think they were doing much. They were just there as as educated fellows in the government, just like the way the first government were just there as educated fellows. They were just there, but things have changed. Devolution has made people work.
Yeah, but I think during the time of Akina Mother Karua, in the 90s when she was an MP, we didn't have CDF, so you couldn't see direct impact into the society from an MP. Maybe an MP could have been more instrumental in registration because we didn't have a CDF until 2002.
We cannot say that fully because Uhuru Kenyatta came 2013. I think the revolution started happening in the second term. But if you want to know how these fellas think, do you remember the bus that fell in the river? And that was that Gilu's constituency.
Hiyo ilikuwa Ukambani, ile bus ilibebwa na watu.
Gilu was the governor. The lady didn't even hold a press conference. She didn't even appear anywhere. And these people, they don't even take that as a learning moment to teach people to turn around, just the way they say it over here, turn around, don't drown. They don't come out and say, hey, you cannot, or say, I'm gonna put police officers here when this river is like this. We cannot. We lost a lot of kids, a lot of young people. That's how these people, they are detached from you see, even when these people go to all these political rallies, these people, they don't see them as, they just see as if they're some flowers, or they just see you are there. Okay? That's what you are supposed to do. They have no value on you. It's just another political process. So shenanigan, I don't know who came up with this formula. Don't remind me how Raila has engaged the rural community over the years, one generation after the other. And Raila has, he's very good at making himself come down to earth with those blue suits that he wears and level up with people. But when it's all said and done and he put on a suit and go back to where does he live in Karen, and then you're reminded how much Raila is worth, it's pathetic. I don't think many Kenyans will hold, their kids gonna hold a wedding like the way Kalonzo's daughter did the wedding. So boo. But I honestly better have Kalonzo more than Matiang'i. He looks like someone who can be a president. Even Mudavadi. I know he has no new ideas. These people, they have never lived anywhere else.
You see, the problem now, we have already seen Mudavadi. Si Mudavadi tumemuona kwa serikali ya Zakayo. I think we
Okay.
should not be talking of Mudavadi. Mudavadi is outdated. He has no clout.
No, what
I
I'm
think
saying
he is a scavenger. Mudavadi is a scavenger. Ye kazi yake tu ni kukula makombo. Anakulanga makombo. No, we have to be real with him. Mudavadi ni wale watu ambao.
Okay, let's be fair. He has never, like, even someone has never been a president. You know, some people was, you know how Kamala was crucified over here because of the border, because she was a border czar. Okay, but she was a vice president, but she wasn't even a president. When you're not a president, you just follow. You just compliment your boss. You can say, hey, this is going on, but there's not much you can do. That's the reality. Or what I'm saying, instead of having Matiang'i, I even rather have Mudavadi. That guy, he even speaks like a president. I know he's not gonna have any new ideas, but I think he's a very good listener. If he's given ideas. But he's in the government, so I don't think he's gonna run next election.
Yeah, you know, frankly speaking, Rachel, I think Mudavadi, we have known him very much. Hata kuna mtu amekuletea stories zake za 90s. Let me read it for you. Mudavadi was the one who masterminded Goldenberg in Moi era, almost destroying Kenya. So he is very corrupt.
That's breaking news for me.
Of course, ni wale watu ambao of course Mudavadi is as corrupt as hell. Even the cemetery, hata cemetery alikula. Let me tell you, do you know what is a cemetery?
Yeah.
Cemetery ni pale watu wanaenda kuzikwa wakati wa mwisho in group work. Ile watu mnaenda mnazikwa pahali, kama mtaki kuzikwa nyumbani tunazika cemetery kule. Hata kuna cemetery inasemekana iko Nairobi alikula. That is how rot he is.
My friend told me he's in real estate in Nairobi. He told me most of rent collection, like he has a big rent collection agency in Nairobi that blocks other people from doing business. Like he has taken over everything. He's a corporation of rent collection in Nairobi. So it's very hard for someone who just started, or even people to have big clients, you know, when you go to Upper Hill or big, you know, like it's very hard to survive. You just do what you can. So I don't know who made him that way. It looks like he has no barrier of entry.
You see, Mudavadi's father was also a politician for so long. You forget that? His father was I think an MP. First of all, Mudavadi is from Moi family. You need to understand that. Let me give you the history of Mudavadi. Mudavadi, I think what happens is that I think the Mudavadi father married sister to Moi. Yeah. Mudavadi father married sister to Moi. So Mudavadi and Gideon Moi are cousins.
They are relatives.
Yeah, no, they are cousins. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. So hapo ndio alipata his political clout. His political clout started there. Then from there,
they're cousins, because
of course they are cousins. So that is why you could be shocked. In a serious democracy or in a serious country, Mudavadi would be a truck driver. I'm not saying that truck drivers are bad people, but in a normal society, Mudavadi cannot rise where he has risen. But Mudavadi has risen.
So is Ruto.
Okay, wacha nikumalizie statement kidogo. Na by the way, Kamlesh Patin anatafutwa, sijui ni Zimbabwe ama ni wapi, anatafutwa na UK sahi, by the way. UK na US wanatafuta Kamlesh Patin after wizi. Ngoja kidogo. Hiyo by the way nitaweka hiyo. So ndio najaribu kukuambia sasa, Mudavadi ndio hii Moses Mudavadi, the father, when he died at Moi, took Mudavadi from university. At that time he was 29 years. And made him a minister at a young age. Alikuwa 29 years old. So that's what happened. Nataka kuwekea story ya Kamlesh Patin hapa. Do you remember Kamlesh Patin alikuwa part of your Goldenberg? Ni Muhindi walikuwa naiba na akina Mudavadi pamoja. So you can be talking as I look for you for that video ya Kamlesh Patin.
That, you know, some of the things I'm learning from you, I never knew much about these people. But I know Kijana Wamalwa, that's why we have the other Wamalwa now. You know, it's like political inheritance. Just like the way you see Susan Keheka, and Susan Keheka is very close to Ruto, it's another political inheritance. So,
I want to play 2 videos, lakini nataka kukuchezea hii ya Kamlesh Patin. I will explain to you who Kamlesh Patin is. Then after kucheza hii ya Kamlesh Patin, nataka pia nikuchezee matokeo ya uchaguzi nchini Ghana. And then we'll call it a day. I think in the next 20 minutes we should be closing. Lakini nyinyi watu msiende, tufunge pamoja. So nataka musikie sasa, yule Kamlesh Patin alitusumbua sana. Mungu ametusaidia, siku yake imefika. God is on our side. Wameanzia kutafutwa.
I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. I was told that my cancer was inoperable.
Zimemwekea vikwazo mfanyabiashara Kamlesh Patin kwa kuhusika kwenye mtandao wa kimataifa wa ulanguzi wa dhahabu na uhalalishaji wa pesa haramu. Patin anahusishwa kuendeleza ulanguzi huo nchini Zimbabwe alikohamia kutoka humo nchini. Atakumbukwa kwa kuwa mhusika mkuu kwenye sakata ya Goldenberg. Ben Kirui anatuarifu zaidi.
Wiki chache baada ya mamlaka ya Marekani kumshtaki bilionea wa India Gautam Adani na wenzake wengine 7 kwa tuhuma za rushwa na ulaghai wa mabilioni ya madola, shoka sawia limemwangukia mfanyabiashara Kamlesh Patin, ulimwenguni ukiadhimisha siku ya kimataifa ya kupambana na ufisadi. Ofisi ya idara ya hazina ya Marekani ya kudhibiti mali za kigeni imemwekea vikwazo Patin kwa kuhusika katika mtandao wa kimataifa wa ulanguzi wa dhahabu nchini Zimbabwe. Kwa mujibu wa mamlaka ya Marekani, mtandao haramu wa kimataifa unaoongozwa na Kamlesh Patin umewezesha shughuli haramu kwa kuwahonga maafisa wakuu serikalini, kupeleka wafuasi wanaoaminika kuficha umiliki na kutengeneza mtandao wa kimataifa wa biashara ili kuficha shughuli hizo haramu. Marekani inasema kuwa mpango huu wa ulaghai umewapora raia wa Zimbabwe manufaa ya mali asili hizo, huku ukitajirisha maafisa wa serikali wafisadi na wahalifu. Wafuasi wake na kampuni wanazoendesha unaonyesha jinsi shughuli haramu nchini Zimbabwe zilivyoenea katika nchi nyingi kwa kutumia mtandao wa wafuasi wanaoaminika na kuwahonga maafisa wa serikali ili kubuni mpango tata wa rushwa. Lakini Kamlesh Patin ni nani? Kamlesh Patin aligonga vichwa vya habari na kujulikana kimataifa kwa mara ya kwanza kutokana na kashfa ya shilingi bilioni 13.5 ya Goldenberg humu nchini katika miaka ya 90, ambapo alishutumiwa kwa kuwaingiza mfukoni maafisa wakuu wa serikali ya Kenya. Ingawa Patin alikana makosa yoyote, alitoroka Kenya na kuelekeza biashara yake haramu nchini Zimbabwe. Nchini humo, Patin alifanya urafiki na rais wa wakati huo Robert Mugabe na kuanzisha tena mpango sawa na ule alioendeleza humu nchini. Baada ya sakata ya mabilioni ya Goldenberg kuwekwa wazi, Patin baadaye alidai kumgeukia Mungu, kubatizwa jina Ndugu Paul na kuanzisha kanisa lake. Patin, kama inavyoonyeshwa katika ripoti za umma na kwingineko, amesajili wasafirishaji na wafuasi wengi kushiriki katika ulaghai na mauzo ya dhahabu na almasi kutoka Zimbabwe. Uingereza pia imeweka vikwazo zaidi ili kukabiliana na fedha chafu, wakati huu ikilenga biashara haramu ya dhahabu. Ben Kirui, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Rachel, that is the man who we are dealing with here. Mtu mwizi sana, na kabla hata aende Zimbabwe, unajua kwanza Kenya ili tuachane naye alijifanya ameokoka. Kenya alikimbia.
It happened in Kisumu, right? I used to live in Kisumu when I was young. I never got the story.
Amekuwa na kanisa hapa, amekuwa na kanisa hapo Nairobi.
No, but ya Goba ilifanyika Kisumu.
I don't know the specific location, but maybe it could have been all over Kenya. Maybe watu wanajua the location ya Goldenberg. But nafikiria kuna hiyo madini ya yeye alidanganya watu. Hata kuna hoteli iko hapo Kenya inaitwa Grand Regents, watu wanasema hapo akajifanya ameokoka na akafungua kanisa na akakuwa Brother Paul. Na sasa ndio nashangaa sasa bado akiwa Brother Paul anaendelea na wizi wake Zimbabwe sasa. Na kwa nini? Kwani Zimbabwe hawapatangi news? Hawakupata ya kwamba huyu mtu asha kuwa na mashida Nairobi na they were supposed to trade with him carefully, but anyway he was trading with a man who was not okay for his country. So Rachel, that is what happened. Kamlesh Patin ndiye huyo, na umeona ile mambo imekuwa ikitendeka. Sasa imebidi sasa, na sijui kwa nini hii mambo sijui ya huyu jamaa imeanzia kupatikana huyo, sijui ama ni kuna uwezekano ni uraibu, huyu uraibu wa
you know what? My moyo wangu unaenda chini and then unainuka. I have a nickname. Something might go south on Ruto. Who has put did they say who has put what do you call it? Who has raised this issue? Even though, was it yesterday or today? Today was corruption, whatever, you know, they were promoting corruption all over the world. That's what it's like, a day to recognize corruption, the integrity of institutions. So the way now they're talking about Patney, I have a nickname, okay, that something might actually happen. You know what? I'm not really convinced that we can actually go. Like roho yangu imekataa kabisa. We cannot go past this time without rooting out the corruption. It's just too much. And right now, a lot of people, even though people right now is like they're giving up, a lot of people don't like Ruto. So he's governing a country that doesn't like him. Do you see sometimes we get a message? Do you get that message too? I thought it just pretense that Raila might withdraw.
Raila must withdraw from what?
Might withdraw from AU.
I thought everybody was withdrawing for him. Niliona hata jamaa wa Eritrea ali withdraw. Ata withdraw ile wakati inaonekana ni kama anapata. Although I'm not for him.
Can you say that again?
Raila ana withdraw ile wakati anaonekana ni kama anapata hii kitu.
That's what it looks like, but some zingine I get a message or Raila might withdraw. So I'm like, which way are we going? You know, sometimes I just see, you know, this is just like a campaign. You know, campaign, you cannot just be positive. Positive is going the right direction, you know. So I just thought it's a campaign online. But, you know, they have never mentioned Patney anywhere, ever. And which countries are talking about him? It's Britain and what? America?
Yeah, UK and Britain ndio wanaongea.
America is not saying anything.
I'm saying I think there are some institutions in America and UK wanamtafuta. That's what they have said. It's an international affair now. I think pale imefika, you know, Kenya ilishindwa na Kamlesh Patin. Let's be clear about this, Lecho. Tulishindwa. We can't handle Kamlesh Patin. He has been roaming in Kenya for over 30 years. Anaenda kwa koti, anatoka. Like, we have been joking with the case. So for me, I think wacha wale watu wako serious na yeye wamweke kwa sheria, because you know Kamlesh Patin alianzia wizi akiwa mtoto. You can see he still looks a little bit younger. I think when Goldenberg was happening, Kamlesh Patil
He was 22.
He was in his 20s. Tulibiwa na mtoto.
Yeah, and he has lived a good life, you know. Even that time, when your Kamlesh Patil, I know I was a kid. I remember my brother asking my dad, because that time in Yamoi, what used to happen is bank managers used to steal a lot of money. Then they'll quit. And some of them were my dad's friends. So my brother will ask my dad, how come all these people, after they steal, they quit and then they get saved? You know, getting born again was the fashionita at that time. So my brother will ask, well, how come these people, they steal, they quit, and then they get born again, but they live rich? That's what they were doing. We'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah. So actually, I really appreciate that, na ni vizuri hata vile tume dissect hii story ya Kamlesh Patil because it was a real story we needed to do. So kuna mtu anasema he was with Kanyotu and Moi son. He was 24, 6 years old, selling units. Anyway, but he was young. So Rachel, wacha nikuwekee story ya Ghana hapa pia, you also react on it as we cross now. So guys, thank you for being with us. Opposition and the former president wa Ghana Mahama ni kama amerudi, so nataka tu kuwekea tu for your reaction. Nataka musikie vile IBC ya huko inasema, and you also hear what has been happening. So let me just put that. So I'm looking for, okay, story ya Ghana sahi. Let's hear the declaration first of all. Sorry.
Superpower is amplifying you, opening up a new world of productivity, focus.
I have the singular honor as a returning officer. Of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much.
When was that?
Yeah, that was over the weekend. Wacha kwanza nikumalizie kidogo, then wacha nikuwekee naye sasa Mahama. I want you hear his journey a little bit as he celebrates. So let me put
There's been no official declaration of a winner of the presidential election in Ghana, but the supporters of former President John Dramani Mahama, they already have their winner. Though all of the votes are yet to be fully counted, Mahama was already set to be in the lead with 56.3% of votes against 41.3% for Mahamudu Bawumia.
The previous election was somehow shaking, and then there was a lot of, let me say inconveniences. But this time we want it to be smoother than the previous election, so that everything will be clear.
I'm very, very, very happy because of John have winning Bole district or Bole municipality. So today I'm very, very happy. All of the town, young boys, youth, ladies, old men, all of them are very, very happy because of their brother, their son, their uncle, their, their son.
The former president acknowledged on social media platform X that he had received a congratulatory call from the vice president following his win. Bawumia said he called Mahama to congratulate him. Awume said he was basing his concession on internal tallies from the governing New Patriotic Party. He said these showed Mahama had won decisively, while the opposition National Democratic Congress had also won the parliamentary election.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana.
The 66-year-old John Mahama once served as president of Ghana from July 2012 to 2016, serving only one term and making history as the first president in the history of the country to not have won a second term in the 2016 election. But this was his third attempt at reclaiming the nation's top position following his run in 2016 and 2020. One of the first African leaders to congratulate Mahama on his victory, President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Toure, who congratulated the people of Ghana for conducting successful presidential elections and for the democratic maturity displayed throughout the electoral process. He also praised the smooth transition of power. Observers of the election said there were so many aspects that could be emulated by other countries.
It's quite interesting because, quite in a lot of other places, even when you know you're losing, you either try to do something that will disrupt the process. Even when you know you're losing, you try to do something that, even after the result has been announced, people head to court. Some people head to court and then we stretch it from tribunal to appeal, and in some cases, the Supreme Court, creating a
Anyway, Rachel, there's no need of speaking too much about kuoneshana vitu mingi sana about Ghana, but the Ghana issue has been like American one, where a president comes in and consecutively, kama vile Trump lost in 2020 na karudi sahi. The same case has also happened to Ghana. So
I thought I heard Mahama's name before that. I was checking on my other phone. I was checking
ndio yule sasa jamaa ameshinda uchaguzi sahi, and that country is now having a lot of they have some hope. I think his platform on economy was very good. I think watu wa Ghana walikuwa they had felt left out. So we have now witnessed a regime change in Ghana. And there is that wave of regime changes. The reason why nimekuchezea hiyo is, are you positive that even in Kenya we can also have a regime change purely based on economic agenda?
There are a lot of things going on in Kenya. There are a lot of changes underneath that they are doing. I don't know if it's really Ruto, or I don't know who's gonna come there and there are things that he's doing that are really, really bad. But also, if there are also things that he was set to do, they say when they came in, they didn't find any money, even though they have stolen a lot. That didn't make any sense. But also, I have a reality that they are trying to change Kenya from education system to healthcare system to the taxation. It's like we're gonna be very, very independent with things. Instead of Harambes, we have these scholarships that they are giving kids. They have. I was listening to Obama. These things have been. They were just to happen like the way they did. Obama came to Kenya the first time in 1987. He was a very young guy, and he was talking about these issues with the family members. He went there to explore, and he was being explained for, and he was asking, let's say you come from a poor family and you don't have money. How do you go to university? And he was being explained for that if you don't have money, even if you did well, then you're doomed. So he was very disappointed to hear that. So all these things. Even he was talking about healthcare, and I don't know why I was recommended that video and I watched it yesterday. But all this, Kenya is going to be very different from any other African country in the next 20 years. And I've said it again. So all this, it's just that things were done haphazardly. Money was stolen. So I don't think we're going to be stable for a long, long time. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I don't think Kenya going to be stable. They're doing the groundwork. So a lot of people going to get hurt. By the time things lined up, because we have to have a lot of, like healthcare, we have to have a lot of people in the pool of healthcare for it to level up. So you're talking about another 25 years for people not to complain all the time, for things to be running smoothly. Maybe if it was put in that 1987, right now things would be running okay.
Let me ask you a question. You have said, okay, Rachel, wacha nikuuliza swali. Umesema ati Kenya tutaumia for a long time. Are you saying that we will be deliberately be voting for a bad system which will be coming to milk us dry? Is that what you mean? Kama lazima tunaumia.
It's not a bad system. It's a fair system. Can you imagine in Kenya, let's say you have your cousins in your family that did well in education. Like when I was growing up, that's what happened in our family. Their parents were not able to have money to put them in school. So they resorted to doing harambee. Who can forget Moise era? See, that's what we have been doing. You know, either chai or harambee, whether ni magonjwa, whether ni education. See, tumefanya hii devolved government. So things have taken to the local area where kids are getting scholarship no matter what family they come from. And that's how Kidiki, the symbol of Kidiki, is a symbol of Kenya. He's not known from anywhere, from a remote part of Kenya. So these systems, they're gonna hurt many before they start running smoothly. Because they have to, it's like, you know, a new constitution, it has to be amended, you know. It's like, you know, nika kitu mpya umeweka, lazima, you have to keep amending it, you have to keep amending it. You know, every president has to make it adjustments. So yeah, that's what you see tumewekewa, watoto wetu wamewekewa American system of education. Tuko na grade 9. I heard it's very difficult for some parents because the stuff they are asking, because they want the kids to be creative. No ile ya vitabu, theory part. They want kids to explore. But parents don't have money to buy those things.
Okay, thank you Rachel. Wacha nikaribize Mary sasa. Mary, karibu sana. In fact,
you can drop me. I'll listen to you guys.
Okay, ni sawa. Thank you sana Rachel. Mary, karibu. We can continue. So sitafunga sababu nilikuwa kama umefika tutaendelea tu. So welcome. Najua unajua yale mambo ambayo imekuwa ikitendeka Kenya. Unajua leo Uhuru wamekutana, and we were also trying to discuss about the three coalitions zile tunaona. Kuna coalition ya Ruto ile ng'ambo, kuna coalition ya the status quo. Status quo ni watu kama akina Matiang'i, Gachagua, Kalonzo, na then kuna the team, like the new team, ama who represent change, akina Okiya Mtata, Martha Karua ni kama amerushwa ile pande nyingine ya status quo. Maybe I don't know where people want to place watu kama akina Ndindi Nyoro, Babu Owino. So can you comment on all that as you tell us what you think on the happenings of today? Sababu leo kumetendeka mambo kubwa sana. Umefanya vizuri, umekuja before we go away. So feel free to talk. I can be here for the next 1 hour if you have more information to share. Go ahead.
Asante Njiru. Nilikuwa nawasikiza kidogo hivi na naenda shughuli, narudi nakuta bado mnaendelea. I might not have captured a lot, but there was something that I got today, which was hiyo ilinishtua kidogo. First of all, let me say, how are you, Njiru? How is everybody in the comment section? And also Kenyans at the wide world. Jisikie nyinyi ni wa Kenya halisi, patriotics. We want to build our country not only by talking but by action. Tunaomba tutapata mtu ambaye atasimama na nchi yetu ambayo tunapenda. And in fact, even those Kenyans who are out of the country, they still feel strong that that is their country and they cannot let it go just like that. So we are still fighting. Kwa hivyo nawasalimia wote, mimi mzima, bado nasukuma. Kwa yale yote, mimi bado ni Mkenya halisi. I am still fighting for my country, whichever way I can. Yes, Njiru, what I will say is that ni kweli niliona hiyo maajabu, lakini mimi sitasema ni maajabu. Huyu jabazi atajaribu kila namna ya kujionyesha yeye hajashindwa bado. Atatupa mateke every corner. Atajaribu mbinu zote. Ataenda kukuta watu kwa manyumba zao. Kwa sababu imefika wakati wa kuona mambo yamenizidia. He's really feeling the heat. A real heat. Mtu ambaye hatakikani na watu wake, watu wa nchi yote hawamtaki. Wale wengine ambao wangekuwa karibu na yeye wameanza kumtoroka. Things are not working for him. And so he goes to the old fellows. Start asking them questions. Let me give an example, Njiru. You know, there are those times whereby wamama walikuwa wanagossip sana. Wanagossip, wanachukiana, mara kuna mmoja atatoboa aseme hata mimi aliniambia maneno yako. Yaani watu wanapigana kabisa, wanapigana. Lakini there is only one person who have caused that problem. Yule mama ambaye aliambiwa kitu cha huyo, ama alijua habari ya one of the ladies, akaenda akaambia wengi. Baada ya kuwaambia, hao wengi ambao aliwaambia wakarudi wakatoroka, wakamuondokea. Wakajua huyu si mzuri, huyu ni mtu wa kufanya watu wapigane. Do you know that lady will walk to go to the friend that she spread all these bad things about her, kwenda kumwambia, unajua, kwa sababu hawajaonana kwa muda mrefu since alikuwa anafikiria yeye amepata nguzo, amepata watu ambao wanaongea na wao na wapea hii gossip nyingi kusengenya. Lakini itafika wakati hawa walikuwa wanakula masengenyo na yeye, wamuondokee, waone huyu mtu amekuwa too much. Sasa huyo ataamka, ataenda kwa rafiki yake yule aliharibu jina yake kwa hawa wengine. Sasa kumwambia, sasa tulipoteana sijui nini. Huyo rafiki yake atamwambia, mimi sina ubaya na wewe. Unajua nilifanya makosa, niliongea mambo yako. Hiyo nilisahau. But does that help that person, that lady, itamponya kweli. Amejulikana ni mtu muovu. So this jambazi amejaribu kuleta hawa, anawasakanya, analeta hawa, wanakosana, analeta hawa, wanakosana. So what is the solution now? Kwa vile sasa nimefika hii kiwango cha shida hizi niko nazo, wacha nikimbie kwa Uhuru. Nione angaa kama nitapata nafuu ama jambo ambalo linaweza nisaidia. But let me ask you, Njiru, pesa hakuna kwa nchi, hakuna kitu hata moja huyu jambazi ametimiza. Watu wamekasirika, hakuna kitu ambacho ataambia watu wamsikize. Hata aende kwa Uhuru amwambie enda utengeneze IEBC, enda utengenezee watu mapromisi ile yote uliwaambia. Yes, Uhuru will tell him that. Then when he walks out, anaenda na baridi. Kwa sababu anajua hii mambo yote niliambilia watu sitatimiza, sina pesa, sina namna, hata sijui nitaelekea wapi. Hii mambo yote nimejiwekelea mimi, sasa nitafanyaje? Uhuru is comfortable wherever he is. He'll just tell him, go do the job. You promised the people, go and do it. Uliambia watu utawatengenezea hii, enda ufanye. IEBC, where is it? Enda uweke hiyo IEBC ikupumzishe. But he don't want to do that. He knows IEBC, once it is instituted, it will finish him. And then here, he knows that promises zilizotoa nilipeana ni za pesa. Ziko wapi pesa? Sina. Nitafanya nini? Sasa ameona giza. And in fact, I'm just happy somehow, myself. Sababu ukiona mtu ameanza kutapatapa, anaenda hata kwa wale watu hawakuwa anataka kuwaona na nyuso zao, ujue mambo yameharibika. Hana namna. So my feeling is, Ruto, he's heading nowhere. Ruto amefika mwisho. Lakini na sisi wananchi tusiregeze kamba na tusilale, tuendelee na huo na tuongeze kabisa, iwe ngumu kabisa kwake, sababu hana huruma na mtu. Na hata haya yote amefanyia watu kuwaumiza, hakufanya ati kimakosa. It is intentional. Na tushaona akipiga kifua akisema lazima ifanyike hivi. Sasa ataenda wapi? Atalilia nani? Atalaumu nani? So for me, yes, Kenya is gone, but I believe it will come in greener way that we are going to survive, na Mungu ataturehemu. Sababu hii inchi si ya mtu, hii ni inchi ya wananchi, watu ambao wameumbwa na Mungu, na kila mtu na fikira zake. Lakini tukiungana pamoja, tulete hizo fikira zetu pamoja, tutaenda mbali. So what I'm seeing is, all what Ruto is trying to do is to lag the country behind. Hajali hata inchi yetu ikienda chini ishindwe na inchi zile zingine. Well, we are not competing with other countries. We want to stabilize our country as it has been. But you cannot come and wreck the country and you expect us to sit down and start laughing. We are serious people and very smart and hardworking. Watu ambao wanataka kuishi maisha ambayo mimi nikifanya kazi na nguvu, ninataka kujenga nyumba yangu mzuri. Nikifanya kazi na nguvu, nataka kununua gari yangu mzuri. Nikifanya kazi yangu na nguvu, nataka kusomesha watoto wangu vile niwezavyo na wafurahie maisha yao. But you cannot come to limit my energy, my effort, as if you are the one who have given me that spirit.
I am living because I have been created that way and with a lot of sense that I want to build myself in whichever way I want. Pahali pale mimi nimeoccupy hiyo eka yangu moja, I want to convert it to something that is beneficial to me. But you cannot come and tell me you're not going to do that. It is this way and you are going to follow that. Ama nikikuona ukifanya hiyo, nitakupeleka kotini na uwe fined million shillings. How can we live in such a hectic life? As if you own me. Sisi hatukulagi kwako. In fact, we don't even want anything from you. Sisi tumekuandika tuwe tunakulipa mshahara wako, utuachie nchi yetu iendelee vile ipasavyo. Ndio na sisi tuweze hata kubreathe. But you cannot put us like slaves. Na ulizaliwa juzi, ukakuta watu wazee wako kwa hiyo nchi, alafu unaanza kuwakomesha, kuwanyamazisha. Na si kuwanyamazisha na njia ambayo ni ya kuwasaidia, ni kuwamaliza. We can't accept that. And we are not going to adhere. Everything that you are trying to create in our country is hurting everybody. Hakuna mtu inasaidia. Nimesikia wenzangu mkiongea habari ya masomo. Masomo imemalizwa, imeharibiwa. So for us, our children will not go to school normally because of one person who feels like he owns everything in our country. Why did it happen that everything is going wrong during this guy? What is he doing? What is he after? Is he after making the country better or destroying it? Na hiyo ni kitu muhimu sana kujiuliza. Kwa sababu tunaishi nchi yetu tuweze kudevelop. Mimi nikifanya kazi yangu, niweke duka, at least customers will get somewhere to come and buy something. Nikiwa ninalima mboga zangu, watu watakuja wanunue hizo mboga na wapate mboga za kukula na watoto wao na familia zao. But you cannot come and tell me that I'm not going to plant mboga ati kwa sababu ya kitu fulani. Urudi uniambie ati ng'ombe zangu kwa sababu zinatakiwa kudungwa shindano, lazima nikubali zidungwe shindano, ambayo hunielezi sababu at this time what is happening. Yani hiyo mambo yote tunaletewa ni miigizo ya kutuharibia maisha yetu na hatutakubali. And what I'm seeing is Kenya will thrive once we get someone who is very serious about his own life, ya kuishi kama binadamu. Mtu ambaye anajiheshimu, mtu ambaye anaheshimu afya na maisha ya wanadamu, mtu ambaye anajali maslahi ya familia yake kama ya wengine. That's the only way we can survive in our country. Lakini mtu ambaye anajali maslahi ya familia yake, hajali maslahi ya wale wengine, we cannot live. We will be dead. Hospitali hakuna madawa. Si ati hatukui wagonjwa, tuko wagonjwa na tuko na wagonjwa. But we cannot be treated because there is no treatment. There is no medicine. Everything that is vital in our country right now has gone wire. It's destroyed. Na anaangalia kile ambacho wananchi kweli kabisa kinawasaidia na kinawahusu, ndicho anaenda kuharibu. Chakula ndicho hicho. Ameharibia wakulima mazao yao. Ameharibia kila mtu. Sababu first of all, chakula ni maisha. Lazima tule ndio tuishi. Na akiharibu hizo chakula, basi hatutaishi. Ikiwa ni kupimiwa tutapimiwa. Na ninajiuliza huyu mtu anataka, yani wale watu wanajiweza, washindwe kujiweza, ndio atufanyie nini? Atakuja kutuokota ama ni kutuua vile ameua wengine? Ladies and gentlemen, Kenyans, our country is very, very important. Hiyo ni kama vile tu nyumba yako Unajua kukinyesha, you have somewhere to run to. Unajua kukikuwa usiku, you have a place to sleep. That is exactly how your country is. Na ndivyo tunataka, na tunataka kuishi hivyo. Nitasimamia hapo Njiro because I see there is somebody else who have come in. Niko tu hapa, tutaendelea kuongea. Asante sana.
Okay, ni sawa. Mary usiende, I would want you to answer some questions, but wacha kwanza Ashley aongee, but nitataka uniambie story about what happened today. So, lakini wacha kwanza Ashley, karibu.
Asante sana. How are you? I hope everyone is doing okay. I just happened to look and I saw you guys online. Actually, I thought it was something that was past. So I'm happy that you're here. I'm not going to be
kuna ingine, 1 minute Ashley. Kuna show ingine tulifanya mchana, sasa hii ni ingine. So there are 2 shows. So unaweza tukimaliza hii bado uone hiyo ingine. So ni vile
okay, sir. Yeah, in fact, nilikuwa nafikiri it's an old one, and then I was like, wait a minute, it looks like it's live. So I didn't know it was live. So I actually just wanted to contribute a little bit about the visit by Ruto to Uhuru. My speculation is that there are 2 reasons, and one more heavier in weight than the other one, why I think he went. But that's my speculation. I think he went because of the show Wanjigi did, I think with Kisef, what is the name of this? I've forgotten the name. He did a show this morning or yesterday, and he was talking about how they're waiting for him to form the IEBC so that they can file a motion to have him shorten his term, that he doesn't have to stay until 2027. They'll go to court and petition the court to terminate his term, that he doesn't have to go the whole term. And I think that would bring anybody unrest. So I really hugely suspect that he wants to talk to Uhuru so that he can talk to some people so that they can convince those people who are planning to do that not to do it. That is my suspicion. And the second one is that if Raila loses the AU, he's probably going to become a disturbance. And so Ruto may be going to Uhuru to ask him to also put in some effort to talk to some of the presidents who are his friends to guarantee that they will support Raila so that he can get that AU seat, because that AU seat may determine support from the Lake region for him, solidify that support. If Raila does not win, whether he stays with Ruto or not, the people of Raila will really rebel against Ruto, I suspect. And that may be weighing heavily on him. So those 2 reasons for me are what I think took him to see Uhuru. Okay. And then I'm like, what does it matter what he wants to see? Like, why should we bother whether he goes to see Uhuru, whether he doesn't go to see Uhuru? It should be none of our business, and it shouldn't matter to us. What we should be thinking about is what next. And I like that Wanjigi is thinking about what we can do. And that's one of the things that I personally have been advocating for, about this Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which establishes that we have sovereignty as the people and the supremacy of the Constitution. So some of the functions that we have, that we were given, is that the people hold the power. We can exercise it either directly or through our representatives. And our representatives have not been working for us. So it is for us to think, how does exercising this power directly look like? And I think, let us not put too much energy in what Ruto is doing or not doing in what Raila is doing or not doing, in what Kalonzo is doing or not doing. Let us use that energy to think, how do we get ourselves out of this mess? Let us use 10% on them and 90% on how do we get out. So I like when I hear people coming out with ideas, because there are many ways to kill or skin a cat. And as long as we keep thinking, one of those ways is going to give. That one of those ways is going to be the out. And then I know people, yesterday, one time I came here, I don't remember, sometime, maybe a day or two ago, and I talked about prayer, and someone said, let us not give up. Praying is not giving up. You know, we were all here about Adani. We were very ready to fight. And guess what? We didn't have to fight. The battle was on elsewhere. And it was so easy. And Ruto took it out, and he's now mad that he took it out. We didn't do anything. He was ignoring us. It was in court. It was being postponed. Things were not happening. And it's not a Kenyan that fought. Adani was fought elsewhere. And the ripple effect was, it released us from him. For now, we are released. So that is how God works. Second Chronicles 20 says, take up your position and wait to see the victory of the Lord. So what is your position? Your position is to pray. And some of these issues we have do not go only by prayer, they also go by fasting. When you fast and pray and take up your position, your difficulties will start to evaporate before your eyes. In some instances, you will not have to do anything. God will just come and resolve that issue so easily. You're like, what? You know, when this thing of Adani went, even the guy who had gone to court was like, no, they stopped because of us, because now you even want to take the credit, because it just happened so quickly. You're like, wait, what? It's gone. The issue is gone. So now they are going to say, oh, let us go to court and make sure that he doesn't bring him in another way. But that issue has been fought. So that is how God works. So to those of faith, do the necessary, because we may not have to shed blood. We may not have to go to the street. God can deliver us in another way that it doesn't cost us more than it already has. So that is one of the ways. Just remember, there are many ways to skin a cat. If our representatives are not representing enough, remember, we also have the right to be able to exercise our power directly. And that is what we need to think. How does exercising it directly look like? How does, if your MP is not working for you, how does exercising your power when you're not being represented by your elected representative, how do you still get to participate in government directly? So I wish we can discuss more about that and less about these personalities, selfish, greedy personalities that think about themselves. How about we also start thinking about ourselves and how we can free ourselves and how we can also participate in this cake called Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. You seem to be very grounded in the word. Wewe ni mhubiri ama unajua pia lazima tujuane. Are you a preacher?
No, I know I'm not a preacher, but I've read the Bible. I know I wouldn't say much, but I do know the Bible.
Okay. By the Sunday tunahubiringi hapa, ni vile jana sikufanya. If you want a session to talk to people on Sunday, purely on preaching, you can let me know. Naweza kuja hapa na nikukarishe utupe neno. So,
I'm Mama Mboga, just like the way I speak right now. That's how my preaching. I don't preach. I speak like the way I'm speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand.
I've never preached ever.
No,
so I don't think I can do it.
Tunataka wahubiri kama hao, because sasa wahubiri kama hao, they are a bit factual. Hata Daniel amesema was listening to the sermons. Hallelujah. So let me know if there is a day when you might want to to preach to people hapa or to say a word of God. Let me not call it preaching, because nikisema preaching unaweza sema nimeanzia kukuita mhubiri na maybe utaki kuitwa hivyo. If you think you can share the word of God here in a more unique way, naweza kupea hiyo nafasi. Away from that, anyway, I can always engage you. So let me ask you a question. Maybe munaweza jibu hii maswali alternately. Ashley ujibu alafu Mary akuje. Amani anasema give people hope. Yeah, of course we are giving people hope. And I don't want to concentrate with the personality too much. I agree. So hiyo ni kama unaniambia niachane na hii maneno ya handshake, niachane na story kama hii Shia anatuambia hapa ya kwamba kunaweza tokezea reshuffle. So in other words, based on what you have said, you are telling us that we look more onto other possibilities which are working for us. Now, our discussion here, imeguza sana story ya, we were saying tuko na group tatu. Tuko na group ya Ruto, which is a coalition by itself, which is going nowhere. Tuko na group ya status quo. Status quo tumesema ni hawa akina Matiang'i, akina Kalonzo, Rigathi Gachagua and all the rest. And then tuko na the group of newcomers, or the group of change. We have people like Okiya Mtata, I don't know who others. So nilijaribu kuweka Martha Karua hapo, nikaambiwa hapana, nikaambiwa itabidi niweke Martha Karua kwa group ya, nimweke kwa ile group ya status quo. Sasa mimi swala langu ni hili. Now, can you, because at the end of the day we need a coalition to defeat Ruto. And there was somebody, when Julia was here, akasema ati we can, for us to combine status quo, tunaweza come up na equation kama hii. We can propose Matiang'i to be the president, and then, although I know you have issues with the Matiang'i, I'm just trying to recap to you what some people said. You react. So Julia said that we can propose Matiang'i as president, and maybe Okiya akuje kama deputy, and then tukue sasa na hiyo one big team. Question to you. Do you think this team, which is representing the change, which majority of us could reason with it, can get the real momentum from the people, such that people can ignore the people of status quo and they purely focus on this group? Or there must be a coalition of both the people who are representing change and the status quo guys? That was my question. Ashley, go ahead.
You know, oil and water cannot mix. You know, when we put Gachagua and Ruto, after they got power, they were not able to work together. And we keep hitting our head, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. So our aim is to remove Ruto, but we are making the same mistake we made when we were removing Uhuru. We're not looking at the character of the people we are putting. You know, Julia keeps, and I have a problem with her because for a long time she keeps talking about Matiang'i, and she's very intelligent. And when I keep bringing the issues why I have a problem with Matiang'i, it's not personal. They are glaring, but she keeps hearing, and then the next time she'll still go back to Matiang'i because he performed. Did I not talk about the other day that there is performance, there is character, and there is what else? Accountability. You have to have all three. You see, when and then she was saying he was working under somebody. Did he have a gun pointed over his head? That you know, like, have you ever gone to an interview and you're asked, like these junior positions like customer service, they ask you, if you see your fellow somebody stealing, will you report them? Will you keep quiet? Will you tell them to stop? You see, haven't you heard of such questions? So if Matiang'i was seen, assuming he was being given orders that were not right to do, should he have continued to do them? Or should he have resigned or refused to do them? When you become a cabinet minister, you will take an oath and you say that I, Matiang'i, being appointed a cabinet secretary of Kenya, do solemnly swear that I will at all times be faithful to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, not to the president, not faithful to the president, not faithful to the powers that be, or to the executive or the judiciary, but to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution of Kenya and all other laws of the Republic, that I will well and truly serve the people of Kenya and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Cabinet Secretary. Which part of that talks about the president? If he can swear as a cabinet minister this oath and not keep it, how can we elevate him to the position of president? That's the problem. Those are the problems we have as Kenyans. As long as we continue to use the same habits, we make the same mistakes. It's like having, there are people who have boyfriend after boyfriend after boyfriend. The only thing that boyfriend changes is the name, but the character is the same. They have a Ken, a Matthew, a Kevin, but it's the same person. Just the name has changed. And that is what we are doing with our president. We are using the same formula to choose them. And so we will keep having problems until we change how we choose our presidents. The other day we were talking, what qualities are we looking for in a leader? Unfortunately, we only talked about what we looked for in the ones that failed us. We didn't talk about what we should look for in the ones that won't fail us. Or what is it, where are we getting it wrong? And think, then how do we get it right the next time? So unfortunately, Julie is using the same process. I think so-and-so left. She's using the same procedure to choose the next president that she used in the last election. Because even those who are choosing Raila, look where he is. Raila is a political opportunist. So Raila, whoever chose Ruto was no better. We have to change the way we choose our leaders. We cannot choose leaders who do not respect and uphold the Constitution because they performed. Would you have an accountant who is a bank manager who is very good at his job, but he's stealing? He's stealing, but he's good at his job. Matiang'i was responsible for evicting Miguna, tearing his passport, being told to bring him in court, forcibly evicting him, exiling him from Kenya. That as a cabinet minister, he did that. Can you imagine what he will do as president? Are we wanting to cry again? Do we want to keep putting people and experimenting with them? We ignore what we see they have done, and then we put them, and then now we start getting them out. Is that what process we are going to do? Do you know how many people get married 5, 10 times? Do you know what their problem is? They use the same method to choose each time. They don't learn. So maybe we need to come here and start talking about what should we look for in a leader. I've seen some people here saying, Babu Owino, did you see him shoot somebody? So he has an anger problem. Can you imagine him as president? Who will be able, how many people will he shoot? If he boldly did that as an MP and he was not taken anywhere, what about when he has the instruments of power? You know, we need prayers, guys. I don't even know how we can be helped. Umeshaiona a drug dealer who you try to rehabilitate and you cannot, that is how Kenyans are. We are almost where you give up on us. Because it seems we cannot change our minds. We have, especially if the educated people, the intelligent people need to use their intelligence in choosing a leader. It takes more than even, let me take and I hope she doesn't feel bad. Julia is a good teacher, but apart from her being a good teacher, she has to have, what if she is sleeping with the young boys in class? Even though she is a good teacher, would we still say that now she's going to be the principal of that school? Because she is a good teacher. And I use the worst example. So someone can be good at their job, but their character is lacking. So would you still give them that position? X, no. If I was the manager of a place, I wouldn't. So you being the manager of Kenya, you being responsible, we need to become responsible citizens. If somebody can take an oath of the cabinet and then they're beholden to the president, which part of that oath mentions the president? It says that, let me read the whole thing. It says that I put Matiang'i, being appointed a cabinet secretary of Kenya, do solemnly swear, affirm that I will at all times be faithful to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, and uphold this Constitution of Kenya and all other laws of the Republic, that I will well and truly serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of a cabinet secretary, that I undertake to hold my office as cabinet secretary with honor and dignity, that I will be true and faithful counselor to the president. You are supposed to counsel him, true and faithful counselor to the president for good management of public affairs of the Republic of Kenya, that I will not divulge directly or indirectly such matters as such shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as cabinet secretary, that I will perform the functions of my office, constitutionally and to the best of my ability. So help me God. He did not keep that oath. And for that reason, he is unqualified to come anywhere near another cabinet position or even any other elective position in Kenya. And if we choose him, then we are choosing for our country to fail, because it will fail. Mark my words. I can bet my life on that.
Okay, Ashley, umemaliza wazo la kwanza?
Yes.
Okay, Mary, did you hear the question? So that ama nirudie tena the way Ashley has discussed. Nilikuwa nikiuliza story hizi group tatu. We have the status quo people, that is akina Matiang'i, Kalonzo and the rest. We have this new team which is trying to form. Akina Okiya Mtata and maybe the rest, some of them we don't know, na tuko na group ya Ruto. People argued that for us to beat Ruto, these two groups lazima zitafute a way to work, and the easiest way which was discussed, and maybe Julia gave an example, alikuwa anasema we can have Matiang'i as the president and Okiya Mtata to come and back him as the deputy president. So then when Julia also said that, maybe actually to take you further, is that actually Julia asked if Okiya Mtata is to become the president, who will be his deputy? Then majority of the people were saying Martha Karua. And then sasa kukaanzia kutokezea issue sasa now both of them, they don't seem to have like a constituency. So what would be the starting point? So Pia, start thinking about that. If Okiya Mtata is the president, can you try to tell us who could be the deputy? Who will? We understand many of us, we could support him, but we need that political clout under them. So Mary, can you go ahead also on the same?
For sure, for me, as far as I've seen all those names, I had cultivated my own feeling towards that Matiang'i would make a good president. Why? I saw the story which was going on that was distorting his name, putting that he grabbed the land from Ruaraka, something like that. And as far as we live, we need clarities. We see that this really happened and this is where it reached, and he was taken to court, he was fined, or he was charged. As time was campaign time, people can try to destroy each other. And that is what I got. And destroying each other means that you want to win through destroying the other one, which sometimes works. It came a time when Matiang'i was attacked at his home, and fortunately he was not in, I think. But there are times where you look a performer, somebody who has done something at least in a country, and somebody who can fight for the country. You put something out of the way somehow because you feel this person, despite of those blemishes that were put, this guy can do something for the country. He has respect of his country. I would say he has a dignity to do the work. He can be accountable for what he is doing. And so, why not? And I'll put another thing. In this country I am in, we had this guy who just won being taken to court several times, many times, with a lot of charges. But what happened that people were convinced that this guy is the right one to do the job? That is where I stand, thinking that it's a superpower country, and they decided to give the same guy they were running up and down, putting him in jail, in court every day, morning, evening, and still they went for him. Why? Maybe because of those words he uses. I want to make America great again. They feel that we have confidence with him, he can do that. And many other things that they don't like, he fights for. So when I look at Matiang'i, he's a guy who, for me, my own opinion, guy who don't like nonsense. A guy who can work day and night. Somebody who will talk to people and get the point. Somebody who don't fear. Somebody who have performed something that people really realized that it really happened and it worked. Those are the things that you have to look at on a person. Has he performed something? Has he done something? Now, if we sit down and think about the guy who is sitting in State House right now, why did people put him there? What has he performed? Tell us one thing that he has ever performed in his whole life. Nothing. This guy is a liar. This guy is very lazy and corrupt. And that's why we are crying right now. If you find somebody who have performed one time and did a great thing for the country, I think that is where people are going and thinking, this guy, if given chance, he can perform more than that. Sometimes we may judge people because of the one thing that you have heard about him that he has done. And maybe in himself, he has repented and he has said, not me ever. I'll never repeat. But I'm not saying that because he was charged. I don't know whether he was charged, because that thing went just like that. I didn't see him in court. I didn't see him anywhere. Nothing related to what he was being accused of. But what I stand for is one thing he did that really took the country to the top, and people felt so good about it. And so there are times we cannot get a clean person, but we can get a person who can take a country ahead into progress. Because for me, I believe Matiang'i can do wonders in the country. But I don't want to cheat my heart like I cheated my heart with Raila. I believed Raila loved the country and he wanted to perform. He wanted to make the country great. He wanted to help Kenyans get into the better level, but it didn't work. But it's not it didn't work. He was not ready for that. Because what he did last is something that really killed my heart. And I regretted so much committing myself to such, because I really felt hurt. And I hope this time round, if we happen to have somebody whom will put all this much trust on him, because we have to trust. If we don't trust whoever we are electing, we'll be in shambles. We can't then live without. And if we don't trust, that is very bad. So for me, I believe Matiang'i can perform with a combination of good leaders who we know that they are there. Okia Omtata is there, Kalonzo is there, Mother is there, Eugene is there. And these other people who are coming up, like Morala Kebaso, those are people now they can build themselves following the footsteps of those people who have been there before. But we are trying to see, as time goes by, we can see who really relate with us. Because of the much we have gone through, we will work to see. Everybody should be vigilant to see, is he really the one? Or what should we do? This is the very time that people should start cultivating, not thinking about this jambazi. This jambazi will never do anything for Kenyans to feel good or to live in a better life. We are not expecting it. So put it aside. Assume there is nobody in our country who is leading. We have to lead ourselves now to look for a better person. And that is where we stand now, to check and inspect, pursue and peruse whoever is trying to say that. I'm not concluding 100% is Matiang'i, but for me, number one, to put there in my mind, I would say Matiang'i, because I have seen him perform good stuff.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that.
That's for me.
Let me read something from King Anthony. The only challenge which I have, you see now, also regional balancing is also in play here. You are saying Matiang'i Omtata ticket is not and cannot be popular as Omtata Babu Owino. Now, there's a problem of Omtata Babu Owino ticket because of regional balancing. Sorry?
Njiro, I am really burning. I had to control myself not to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead. I don't need to.
I know Mary keeps saying that Matiang'i can perform. Do you think it is a performance issue we have? Because I think our problem is we have lacked a president that obeys the rule of law and the constitution. I don't think performance issue. I think when you obey those two, you will perform. Because we keep saying Matiang'i performed and that he wasn't convicted. I don't know whether Mary knows that Matiang'i had 5 court orders that he disobeyed. And as he did that as a cabinet minister. So my concern is, as a president who is not supposed to be above the law, if he can disobey a court order as a cabinet secretary, when he becomes president, will he obey anything the court says? Anything? And you're saying that, so I think our irreducible minimum should be, you know, they swear that they will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution of Kenya and all other laws of the Republic of Kenya, whether someone is performing or not. I think an irreducible minimum should be for them to obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all laws. Because if they don't do that, then how can they expect the citizens to do that? And I know you were saying Matiang'i's performed. He performed as educational minister, but he did a very terrible job as interior minister because there were very many bodies that were dumped at Livayara. So you might say it's not him. So I'm just going to quote what we know that was him. He was responsible for kicking Miguna out of the country. And even after the court told him not to, even after the court told him to give him back his passport, which they mutilated, he made himself judge and decided that Miguna was not a citizen. That is the work of a judge. He crossed over. There should be independence of the different bodies. He felt emboldened as a cabinet minister to be jury, to be judge, to convict Miguna, and to even give him a judgment. Mary, you think that is okay for someone that you want to elect? And why do we, when you're looking for a job, why do you get a good conduct certificate? If we bring Matiang'i's good conduct certificate, can we say that he has been respectful? He didn't respect Miguna. He didn't respect his rights.
So actually,
and if he thought Miguna had been wrong, where in our constitution, what does it say? You take someone who has done wrong, you take them to court, and you let the judge decide. But he decided to become judge himself. He decided Miguna was not a citizen. He mutilated his passport, and he sent him into exile as a cabinet minister. This is a man you want to give the presidency. And you think Ruto is bad. You haven't seen Idi Amin reincarnate, and he will do. Every time I see Matiang'i, I see Idi Amin. And I'm telling you, you think Ruto is bad. Wait until you get Matiang'i. You'll be crying for Ruto to come back.
Okay, now, Ashley, let me ask you a question. Nataka tu kuuliza tu swali. Kuna watu kwa comment section wanauliza, maybe this one is, you give them your team, like give them your presidential candidate, who you could support, and his deputy, at least wajaji your ticket. So the other thing pia nilikuwa nikitaka kufanya is Mary and Ashley, do you have like 20 minutes? Niwaachie show alafu nikuje ni join baadaye. I drive home. Is that one in order?
No. I don't know about Mary, but that's too long.
Okay, too long. Okay, ni sawa basi. Wacha niwangoje.
I don't know about Mary.
No, it's too long. There was something I was waiting.
Sawa
And
basi.
it's almost.
So it's okay. Nitakubali. So you can conclude in those 2 minutes, in 20 minutes.
5 minutes, because I want to talk about good conduct. I am really, by the way, even the people I'm around, they think Matiang'i, and I am concerned that people are considering Matiang'i. Because let me tell you guys, Mary, you're saying that you are disappointed with Raila in 2022. Let me tell you, I supported Raila in 2017, and he did the same thing that you came to discover in 2022. He didn't, it wasn't something new. This he did in 2018, 2017, and he repeated again in 2022. Why will him support 2022? Because either you refuse to see, because you are not born in between then in 2017, 2018, you are still there, but you refused to look at the conduct. And that is what we want to ignore, the conduct of Matiang'i. If people, even in 2017, 2018, I didn't think even the faithful supporters of Raila, because they were mad at him, I did not think they would continue to, because they withdrew like they have now. I'm telling you, they'll come back. Sijui hiyo ukuanga nini. You know, I was so deep in it. I was really supporting him. I'm telling you. And I was even deeply supporting him until I was getting threats. Let me tell you. And when he left, the first thing Babu Owino did, before 2017, when he went to shake hands with Uhuru, Babu Owino used to have a picture of Raila and him shaking hands at a car, outside a car. That day when he went to shake hands with Uhuru, Babu Owino removed that picture from his profile page. It was a profile picture. And then after like a month or two, now I saw him warming back towards Raila. So this is a habit he has. What Kenyans we have done, we refuse to look at the person and their good conduct certificate. We refuse to see the people and their conduct. We choose and pick which parts of them we want to see and ignore the rest. In Ruto, we said he had repented. Just as Mary has said, we used the same thing of saying Ruto said he was sorry, and I was one of them. I said he repented. Why are we still bringing him back? The things that they were done in 2007. Look, he's still there. He was just pretending. He couldn't. It was not a conducive environment for him to bring that part of him out. Now that he feels comfortable, that part of him has come out. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Don't give them a second opportunity to show you who they are. The reason I choose Omtata is because someone has not come here and told me something that would make me pause. But on someone like this guy called Matiang'i, with all the things that he did, he took upon himself to judge Miguna, and he's not a judge. And then he becomes the president. That tells me, even as president, he will take the role of a judge. He will not respect that he's in the executive and let the judges do their work. He will cross over to whichever department he needs to, and he will not respect the different institutions as they should be respected. If that is what you guys are looking for, if you're looking to see someone worse than Ruto, choose Matiang'i. Matiang'i will not come on air on X to talk to Gen Z. That is something that if I was given the opportunity between Matiang'i and Ruto, I would choose Ruto. Let me tell you that. Because Ruto is better than Matiang'i. I know that from what I have read about Matiang'i, what I have witnessed when he was the cabinet secretary, from what he did. Ruto has anaka uoga fulani, Matiang'i hana uoga. You think now that is good until he's there. And then now you realize that that is not good. He is worse than Ruto.
Wacha nikuulize kidogo you know, I understand. So would you prefer somebody who is like so unpatriotic, because Ruto is not patriotic, for your information? That is why he is selling our airport. That is why he is bringing GMO to us and so many other things. So would you prefer an unpatriotic person? Because I think naona ni kama, I think bado hujaelewa Ruto vizuri. I would a bit not compare Ruto
na nimeelewa Matiang'i. What I am saying, I'm not saying Ruto is not those things. I am saying Matiang'i is Ruto on steroids. Give him that presidency and let us, then you'll know that I'm right. I know how to judge people. And I'm judging him from the things that he did as a cabinet minister. You see, Ruto, even when he was the vice, he wasn't bringing his clothes out. He hid them. Now, when someone is a cabinet minister and he's bringing his clothes out, can you imagine? He's not hiding them. What is he hiding that he will reveal when he becomes? Yani, Matiang'i would be Ruto on steroids. If you want to find out, you elect him. And me, if they elect Matiang'i, I will just cancel not thinking about Kenya ever. And let them boil themselves and cool. When I look at him, I just see India mean.
Yeah, ni sawa. Actually, nimekusikia. I think maybe I would not like to get you out of that opinion. That's an opinion we will keep on looking at it. Uchaguzi sio kesho, but mimi tu ile tu kitu tu nitakuomba go ahead, enda uongezee information ya Ruto kidogo. Just go ahead, increase the information which you know about Ruto, because
I not only don't I know Ruto, I know people who know Ruto personally. So I know Ruto well. I know Ruto well. And I think from the information I have about Matiang'i, I am sanely saying that Matiang'i would be Ruto on steroids. The difference between Matiang'i and, you see, kama hawa tu kuja our Muslims wale wana fight, alafu they don't fear dying. That is, there is a scary part of fighting with someone like that who has nothing to lose. You see, with Matiang'i, kama ni airport, hata America wangesema huyo mtu ni, let me give you an example how the difference between Ruto and Matiang'i. If Matiang'i is the one who was buying the airport, and even though America said he's a thug and he has criminal cases, Matiang'i would still have bought that airport. He wouldn't have cared what America has said. That's the difference between Matiang'i and Ruto. If you understand what I mean, I know Matiang'i and I know Ruto. And if you want to find out Matiang'i the right way, if you only find out through experience, go ahead, you elect him.
Okay, ni sawa. Hiyo ni maoni ya Ashley. Wakenya mumesikia. Make your judgment.
Let me ask you something. Have you seen even this Ruto? Ameshaichukua mtu hapa anamtoa nje vile alitoa nini? Can you remember how they removed Miguna in the glare of everybody? Have you seen anyone do that?
Can I say something to Ashley? Ashley, let me say this. You said Ruto is much better than Matiang'i. And yet you have said how Ruto, you thought that he has repented, and that is now what he is doing. And I believe Ruto has never been honest to anybody. He has done all the worst stuff and he's still doing it. And then you said that it's better you don't know somebody, but rather than somebody who come and show you everything that they are. But I wonder, I better know somebody who he is rather than somebody who hides behind anything so that I don't know him thoroughly. I wonder what I would be in when I don't know that person, and yet the person has to take power and be upon me. I wouldn't work with that. Anyway, that's your decision, Ashley, and that's your opinion. My opinion, I come to say that I have arrangements of my way of thinking that Matiang'i can be a president and the deputy will be Omtata. That is my arrangement. Omtata. And the other thing I was thinking, sorry?
Omtata will not agree to be in a ticket with Matiang'i. That I can tell you. He will not. That is oil and water.
Actually, I'm putting my own, either he agree or not, this is my own thinking and how I see things may work better for my own, not for anybody. That's me. Matiang'i being the president, Omtata being the deputy, and then we have Interior, who is Natembea. I was thinking about that. And then I have Chief Justice as Martha Karua. Those are the four people I had put in mind, first of all, before I go anywhere else.
Na Mary,
So
umetengeneza serikali yako haraka aje?
Lakini kwa
hiyo
nini
yangu ni hivyo nimepanga.
we have, is it 40 Kenyans? Guys, there are other Kenyans who can do the job. What a cycle, you are going to get nothing new. Nothing new with all those.
You know, actually, what I think, all those people we are saying, they are 100 times better than Ruto. I wish you can understand. Are you aware that very soon tutaanzia kutoroa figo zikiuzwa? They are preparing for a bill, ama sijui ni bill ama ni nini, lakini Wakenya wanaenda kutoroa figo saa hii. I don't think during Matiang'i time we got closer to kutoroa mafigo. Okay, there are those issues of Yala which happened, which might have 1 minute.
It does not respect the constitution.
Dakika moja utakuja.
Utachaguaje mtu ha respect constitution? How?
Okay. 1 minute. I want to bring you closer to issues. Unajua hakuna mtu Mungu, but there is one thing which I can tell you. There is, you know, sometimes when you are an interior like a minister, kuna kitu kinaitangwa orders from above. Saa zingine some of the issues which Matiang'i did, it is because maybe kuna wale watu walikuwa nampea hizo orders. That is one. Number two, killings in Yala, up to now serikali jai tuambia whether it was the government killing people or criminals killing people. That is one thing which we have to be clear. Yeah, it is true Wakenya walirushwa River Yala. But is it the government or criminals? Because kuna uwezekano kuna watu walikuwa wanaua watu wengine wanawarusha River Yala. So we did not get an exit report of Yala. I'm not trying to defend Matiang'i.
Whatever it was, he was the interior minister, and he should have taken, whether it was the government or private people, that was his docket.
First of all, Njiro, these all things happening, even this Jambazi was in that government. And for sure, this particular time, I would say this guy has denied any killings during this time or any disappearance. He don't know anybody who have disappeared or killed or abducted. And when you remember about the previous regime and now the person who is in the government being a leader has no idea that the people are being killed and abducted, I personally, my opinion, will also associate with the previous whatever was happening in River Yala. I'm sorry, I will say that. Thank you.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, sorry.
And Njiro, I think the best thing for us to do, there is a time Jimmy Wanjigi came and said, Fagia yote. We need to remove. We remove all of them because Matiang'i comes, he will not convict people who stole in the Uhuru government, who are COVID billionaires. He won't. So I would prefer. Recycle. There are so many people who can be in leadership. So our thing is, we should look for them. We should look for clean, fresh people. Watu hata wajui anything. Let us get them in there. Akina Omtata and whoever else will come up.
Actually, I want to. I know you're a good person and we can agree, but in life, kuna kitu tunaitanga starting point. And a starting point cannot be a starting point of saints. It is a starting point of reasonable thinking. We have a python. The reason why hata watu wanakuja kutusikiliza hapa, the reason why people are here, it is because Kenya is in worse situation. In fact, if Kenya was even in ile condition moja alituacha, hata ungekuwa unaona watu hapa. But I want to tell you the situation in which Kenya is, courtesy of Ruto, is something which we cannot even take for granted. Anything at the moment is better than Ruto. I want to tell you what has been happening in Kenya because we also need to be mirroring that even as we are discussing. Under Ruto, Gen Zs, for the first time, They were being killed on camera. Uliona vijana wakipasuliwa uso on camera. Other government, by the way, even if they kill, and I'm sorry to say that, they have never killed on camera. And I would want you to give me an example. Kabla ya Ruto, ile serikali ilikuja ikaua on camera. I'm talking of killing on camera. Hata Marekani huwezi kuta mtu anauawa on camera, because killing on camera is direct prosecution.
Au kuona George Floyd.
And that is why he was paid. His family was
and
paid.
that is why I'm saying someone like Matiang'i, if it is true there was Rivayala, you know what these people do? Unaona, and Mary mentioned about him going to be arrested. That was fake. And he was prosecuted, and that's why he had ran away from the country, because he faked. There was nothing. He pretended that people are going to look for him, and it was not true, if you don't know. So in order for us to clean the system, we need to remove hata huyo Madakarua. Let us get fresh people. Maybe let them come after these new fresh people, and who can be able to do things without attachment, without strings attached. Akina Kalonzo, they are friends with Akina Weta, Akina Mudavadi. So even if you keep recycling the same people, we'll keep repeating the same problems, and they will not arrest their friends. So since we need to clean the system, to drain the swamp, we need not anybody who has been there before.
Actually, nimekuelewa. Sasa, hiyo serikali ilipita, Matiang'i was the interior. Ruto was deputy. Uhuru was president. Nani alitupa watu Yala? Those three people. They were all in that government.
We'll find out in the next government. That's why we don't need any of them in the new government.
Okay, actually kidogo Uhuru ndiye alikuwa rais, Matiang'i alikuwa interior, na Ruto alikuwa deputy. Either of them know what happened in Yala. Who is it?
Something else, and then something else. Hata Mpado aliuliwa either na Ruto, Raila or Uhuru. And that is why we can't have someone like Matiang'i, who is a good friend of Uhuru, because he will protect him.
Okay, one minute. Actually, kidogo. Then, kama wakati kifo kinawekelewa more than one person, it is indeterminate. So we cannot say that watu walivayala ni wa Matiang'i, because there are many actors.
Listen here, they know who it is. You know what our government does? They are very smart. So hata uliona juzi walivotiwa one of the best, DCI. They know the things. The problem is they are weaponized. They weaponize the judicial system. You see, like the other day when Matiang'i said he's running, he has a case. And they know things about him. As long as you don't disturb them, they don't bring you the case. They are not fabrications. They are true cases, but they are kept there to keep you quiet. If you keep quiet, if you go with the flow, they don't disturb you. Hata sasa ingine leo nilisikia Gachagua akisema ati Uhuru sijui nini na ana makesi, akitaka kama hataki kulipa tax kuja ongea nao waone kama watamsamehea ama unini he will pay or whatever. So they know who did those things, but they keep quiet. But then when you disturb the government, they come for you, and they actually have cases. They are not fake. They are there, but they don't prosecute. Even people kill each other, nobody is arrested. It's not like they don't know. Kama juzi huyu mtu ameuliwa wa CEO wa nini United Health, si ameshikwa. Do you see how they followed? Even Kenya, they have that, but they know and they keep quiet. Like this thing of Musado, I am telling you, the government knows who did it, and the only way we find out who did it is getting clean people who have no attachments. And then we'll start finding out who did what, who has eaten what, who has stolen what. But if we keep recycling these people, and they know that is why they keep doing that, so that when one of them is in, ana protect wale wengine. So we will never get to the bottom of what is happening in our country.
Ni sawa. So, Mary, show itabidi ishe, but I will return after 1 hour because I will have to go away. So I think munaweza weka wazo la mwisho, but I will pause for 1 hour. So wale watu wako Kenya munaweza ngojea after 1 hour kutoka saa show ingine inaanza. Hii mambo lazima tukimbize hii. So maybe mnaweza weka wazo la mwisho because I cannot be able to connect because I need to go home for now.
Okay, Kenya yetu iko taabani, so we have to work hard together. We join hands, we fight for our country, and Ruto must go. Asante.
Okay, Ashley, wazo la mwisho?
As we say, Ruto must go. We must be careful not to face him with someone like him or someone worse. And for that, we must be looking at the person's character. And remember that court orders are not suggestions to be taken at, but they are supposed to be obeyed. Thank you.
Okay, asanteni sana. Nimeshukuru sana for you people kujoin kipindi. Shi na wengine wenyu wale wako in Kenyan time, najua kuna wale wako in American time, or maybe people in Europe, wale ambao hamtakuwa na kazi mingi sana. In the next around 1 hour I will be back online, so mnaweza kuja tena muangalia. So we exhaust these issues, so keep following what will be happening. Nitaweka, it will just be a continuation of this. So nimeshukuru sana. Ashley, thank you for your contribution. This is a home of free speech. Tumekusikia vile umesema, but it is upon us to make our own intelligent decision based on vile tumekusikia. So this is a home whereby ideas are competing, and the best idea will take front. Mary Wainaina, asante sana, hata kama umekuja umechelewa, it was good. So Mary, kama utaweza kutujoin after 1 hour, feel free. Maybe if you not be unaweza tujoin, haina shida, but najuanga sana most of the time hiyo show ya hiyo matai, most of the time watu wa Kenya ndio wana attend sana, but all the other people you can also attend. So I will post it in case yule ambaye atapata time, you can come and we continue. I know these dialogues are good. We are changing our nation. Again, wale ambao mja subscribe channel na kulike video zetu, please keep subscribing and sharing with your relatives. This is the only therapy which people can get. I'm not saying that our channel is one of the best, but I think we are reasonably doing well to mandate being listened to your people. So make us your choice, and we grow together. Once we exterminate Zakayo, because we have to do it in the near future, hiyo ndio itakuwa our joy. Till we meet again shortly, enjoy.